And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the late night special. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I appreciate that. And we have some things we're going to be talking about, about the different things with aliens, and the holiday season's coming up. We have quite a bit to get into, and I hope all of you have been having a great week. I'm about to switch the screen over so y'all can see me. Alright. And I'll be talking about some stuff with the garden too, as well. Alright. So, hello everybody. Welcome. Welcome everyone. I'm glad that you all are here, seeing this as a rerun, or seeing this... Let's see. Okay, thank you. Alright, so... Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. I am going to be... hello, Curse Zero. Thank you for the info. And basically, what I'm going to say is that I'm about to get into the game part of the stream and talk about the different stuff. And... Okay. Yeah, I think before I was talking a little bit too low. I need to turn up the volume, my alien volume up. Yeah. And it is winter weather. It is cool weather outside. And it's pretty cool. And now I have the hoodie on and everything. So I'll be talking about some things about the garden. And if there's some people that come in that were not here yesterday, that were supposed to be, that come here tonight, I might say some stuff that I said yesterday. But without further ado, I'm going to start the game and we're going to see how that goes. Okay. Now I'm entering into the game and I'll be talking about, you all know the drill, I'll be talking about the different things, and I'll get into pictures and articles and stuff in a little bit. And this stream is a late night special for those that some people like to see them late. And here we are at the late stream, although there will be earlier streams as well. This is the late night special that's been going on for quite a while. And now the game is loading. So it's nice to get some cooler weather down here. It's been quite a while since the weather has been cooler. And it's just been recently coming in. It has been coming in before, but it's really starting to kick in now. And I'm glad for that. Alright, so the game is loading, and now the game is here. Alright. Alright, so here is our pirate. We're about to go to the seas. Alright, I'm getting to chat in a moment. I'm getting to y'all in a moment. Okay. Okay. Okay, do you have a Discord or something? Okay, so I haven't, okay, to answer your question, I do have an account where I am on there technically, but I don't have like the information on me right now to like give it to you because I'm doing this. But yeah, I do have an account, and also I did create something for the channel, but I haven't put it out on the YouTubes yet to, for people to go on it yet. Like a server. I do technically have a server, I haven't published it yet. So what I mean by that is the server exists, I just haven't put it out and to y'all yet, but I will do that. And I'll certainly let you know, Curse Zero, and everybody else when I'm ready to release it. All right. And thank you for asking. All right. So yeah, basically, first, so I hope everybody's been having a good day and a good week so far. And so here we go. So basically, about Discord, I found out about it like recently, and how it all works, and it seems pretty cool. And I think that a lot of a lot of people go on it and connect and stuff like that. So basically, for me today, I there wasn't a lot of trial coverage today. It was just stuff with Diddy. The Diddy trial. So with the Diddy trial, nobody could go in there because no cameras could be in there because of it's a federal trial. Now, I think that it should be televised, in my opinion, because it's important for people to see what's going on in a trial. But they basically, the host of the show, Jesse, was saying that the updates from the trial, and it seems that they want to give a Diddy. It's possible he could get bail. Unfortunately, we're gonna see if he gets it or not. There's a lot of people discussed it with him. Also, I found out that Mike Tyson and Jake Paul are being sued because of the rigged game. And yeah, that's a really. I thought it was just really fishy that people would. That Mike Tyson and Jake Paul would fight at all. It just seemed shady, considering the vast age gap. And what I mean by that is not necessarily an age gap, but just he's been in the ring for so long, and this guy wants to fight this older man. And like, what's the point of it? I knew it was fishy, and I think Jake Paul, in my opinion, might be fishy from what I've heard. I don't know him personally. I'm not really that familiar with his brother's stuff I've seen before, but Jake Paul, I'm not completely familiar with him, but I've not heard the best about him. So nothing personal against him. I don't really know much about him, but yeah, I just thought it was shady, and my intuition was correct. And I will repeat myself that I will release the server info about the Discord thing when I'm ready to do it, when it's time for that. I'll see about doing it soon. And I'll also specifically tell you in one of the streams if you. I'll put it all over the place in videos and stuff. But I'll also specifically tell you, Curse Zero, since you directly asked. And it'll be interesting to see. There's a lot of. See, with my channel, there's people from all kinds of different topics and all kinds of different things, because I do videos and shorts about all kinds of stuff, and everybody would just be. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. It'll be a bunch of things and a bunch of people in one thing. It's not like one specific topic. It's, as the title of the stream, it's quite eclectic. And I saw some of the friends today in the trial chat room a little bit. There's a couple of them. There was like 24,000 people watching, but there wasn't a lot of the regulars there. Just a few of them. The regulars, what I mean by regulars, the people that usually go to the stream, to the trial stream, and the people that I usually chat with in that group. And we're getting close to Thanksgiving. And, it's a holiday where family and all comes together, when the indigenous people, the people call them, Native Americans also, that group, they basically, they help the settlers with how to eat and hunt for food and stuff like that, and they had a feast and peaceful relations in that moment. So that was a, that's coming up very soon, and I'm going to be growing some fall stuff, some high winterish type plants in the garden, and I'm going to have to get the grass cut back there, and then I'm going to go and put the different winter plants there. There are plants that are for winter. There are plants that are for not winter. I remember I first learned about winter grass, and it's very green, and it stays green during the event of winter. And there's like seeds, and I'm like, wow, grass has seeds. I thought that when I was a kid, I thought that was fascinating. But yeah, so then around that time, I learned about these winter plants, and sometimes when the cool fronts come in, there's some winter plants that will come from the northern states that will come down here. Thought that was pretty cool. And I'm going to test the winter seeds and see how they do. Different flowers and stuff. And other types of plants. I think, because now I grew some turnips, but a light hurricane that came dumped too much water on them, and it caused them to disappear. So I'll have to go and replant them. And we'll see later in the game, Sam, who's a player in this game, might come through and talk. Ooh, it's going to hit me. Alright, we're going to go get this thing repaired. Alright, let's drop anchor here. Now this is a pirate port. This is not a pirate port, so I'm not going to get the same perks that you would at the pirate port, specifically. I got 2 of these. This is from the East India Company. It's pretty cool. Okay. Take it all. Yeah, this is a port where they have a bunch of British soldiers being trained to do stuff, to monitor the Caribbean and to attack pirates. And it's a big area. It's a big giant training camp, and you have like these castles and stuff. It's pretty cool. Seeing about, it's kind of looks like things from modern times, but it also looks like stuff from the medieval times, but it's also the pirate age. So it's kind of like all these things mixed together. It's like a transitional time period where we will see like the pirates and all as like a time period from a long time ago, but it was a transitional time period. They had stuff from the medieval age mixed in with the other stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be cool to collaborate with you. Thank you for letting me know. I'll check it out. All right. Let's see. Now this doesn't really work here because, oh, you can't shoot the pew pew at humans. but you can like sword them. It was just the supernatural creatures and the zombies and stuff you could shoot, but not people. They don't have people you could shoot. Now we're going to go drop this grenade over here. Now, I miscalculated a little bit, but I was just kind of causing some trouble. All right. Making everything disoriented. I think with the trials, they're not doing as much as they did before because of the holiday coming up. Oh, there's this thing I could jump off. Oh, I didn't even know this staircase existed. Now we're going to go straight to this other area. We could sail it to this. Okay, so there's other part of the game we could sail it to. Get it repaired. We're going to go look out this way. That's the sun coming up. That's King's Head. That's the stars. It's quite a nice sight. I'm going to sail to this other part of the game where you could be either Spain or France, and you go and fight other. You could fight other players that way, not just the NPC ships. You could fight other players as these different countries, but I'm going to do it to get the ship repaired. Alright, turning it around and going forward. Alright, let's see if this docking worked, because the game likes to be goofy sometimes. Alright, here we go. Okay, quest completed. That's good. This is an interesting storyline. Okay, let's see. So you're here to make a name for yourself. Better slow down, my friend. Dangerous waters surround you. The seas can be the cruelest of them all, but also the most rewarding for the right pirate. There has been an ongoing battle for the control over the seas, the island around here, including this one. Turns out two pirate lords got themselves into a battle for the same territory. Both stubborn and obnoxious chaps, if you ask me. Pere Leponts heads up for the French on Isle de Etelbe, DuPont, and Garcia leads to the Spanish here. Catchy name, don't you think? I agree. They are also looking for a new pirates to join their fight. I can't lend any advice as to which side to join, though I just work here. Start off by taking Garcia. Maybe he can sway you into the side. Okay, that's a quest, but what I'm really trying to do here is get the ship repaired. Okay, well, that's not going to happen. So, we're going to go just teleport to one of the other ports right here. Alright, so now we're going to go and plunder some ships. I probably should have repaired it on my own. I didn't. I just kind of slipped my mind to do that. But okay, here we go. Okay, brought the fire. All right, turning this way and about to enter here. Okay. We're gonna take this ogre down. Over there is Blackbeard's ship. Yeah, that's the Queen Anne's Revenge right there. All right, pretty good. Off to a good start. And today over in New York, the at the Diddy trial, it was cold weather and overcast. And there was just some people who support Diddy. They're just probably just trolls, and a lot of people are feel frustrated with the judge about the situation. But although this is just how the I agree about Diddy, but it is how the system works. But and some people are saying with his money he could maybe steer events more in his favor. We'll see if he gets bail or not. And they were saying that his children would apply whatever they needed to. And besides that, there's not really much of the trial news at the moment. Alright, got hit twice. That's alright. Now, winter peas, from what I've done research on, the winter peas go and add nutrients to soil. And sunflowers add nitrogen, by the way. It's pretty cool to see how the plants add stuff to soil. It's quite fascinating. Alright, so now what I'm doing is I'm turning in such a way where the ship doesn't come and get me directly. I can attack it like this. I was just seeing the sky, and the night sky was pretty cool to look at. Again, it was pretty nice. I've been researching some different cases that have happened in the past and going down different rabbit holes, conspiracy theories about them. All right. You got me pretty good on that one. Okay, one more and it's going to be completely torn down. I'm excited about Thanksgiving. I think that's pretty cool. It's coming up. Hey, one loot pouch. Now I'm going to be doing me searching the seas. Now, something about plants is that they are some plants are more in one region over another region. Like some different ones will grow up more north, some grow more south. So they're called range. Sort of, it's very similar to like why the like different animals and wildlife will have a range where they where these animals are. Same thing with the plants. So it's always interesting to see which ones go through different territories, and like say if there's a warm plant, you could grow it up north in a greenhouse or grow it in the summer. It's also the flip side also applies to if there's a plant that does better in a cold, to grow it more like in the fall or winter time in the south. It all depends. I forgot to show last time about the Mexican raccoon. I'll have to talk about that one this time. Wow. Wow. I also a reason about the in the trials, I learned a lot of information about how like the law and legal stuff works, and it's interesting to see the minds of these people that do massacres and stuff, and like why they do it. What was the reason? What pushed them over the edge, or were they just evil? Just it's very interesting to study it, and it's good to see how things can be prevented. Another thing to see warning signs if somebody's trying to think of something not right, or if a situation happens where people just get, say you're around a person that may not be completely correct. It's good to, sometimes you can't always tell. There's always exceptions, but it's good to know those kind of things. And especially when the young people unfortunately get into bad things. Like, earlier this year there was the Crumbly parents, and their kid took a pew pew to school and deleted people. It was one of those shooters, and yeah, that was an interesting trial to watch, and the sentencing, how all that went. That was very. Both parents were sentenced because they want to punish, because the parents to repel people from possibly enabling or contributing to a child doing something like that. Because it's always horrible when that occurs. That's something I've been, that's one of the notorious trials of the year. Another one, Chad Daybell and his cult with his new wife, and he came up with this cult to delete his old wife. The thing is, though, basically, nobody believed what he was selling, and he just wanted to get rid of the other wife, and he made up the religious stuff to, which he wasn't really like a Christian or anything. He was using blasphemy where he believed in God, but he was a prophet, and he used his skills to cause people to be deleted. So that's a problem. Using a religion to hurt people. I should have used the other one. We could have gotten out of that situation a bit better. Yeah. So recently is about the migrant. He was sentenced. I mean, he wasn't. Yeah. So he was found guilty, and I think today or it was yesterday there was the sentencing of the woman that did the thing to her child, deleted her child. Yeah. And she'll be behind bars for 40 years. And as I said, I've not even been around for 40 years, so that is a long time. But people thought it should be completely for life. There's dispute about that. But as we get into the holiday season, the trials are a little bit not as frequent. And, I thought it was quite fascinating, because we'll be talking about some holiday stuff that like we did last year, about Christmas trees and things like that. And then this time we'll talk a little bit about things with November holidays. Yep. I always liked these holidays that we have, but basically Halloween has always been my favorite, but I really like Christmas and Thanksgiving too. The lights are great. It's nice, cool weather. All right, we got that one cannonballed. Ooh, well, I missed that one quite smoothly. Okay. All right, we sent that one down to the depths of Davy Jones' locker. Haha. Okay. It's interesting to see how the sun changes position during the daylight savings time. That's quite fascinating. Now, there was a magnolia tree down one time, and I got sunk both of those ships. And a neighbor had, and then it got ruined during the flood. But it was a pretty cool tree. Yeah, those trees smell pretty good, and it's a very nice flower. And it's interesting when you see a flower in a tree. Mary, yeah, there may be pirates doing that. That's possible. Scared. There is the iron wall. Yeah, you remember the tree. Yeah. Charge. All right, so we're in the Caribbean, about to hit the ship. All right, Sam's in the game with me. Facts. Yeah, here we go. Now we're gonna go attack these ogre ships out here. Anytime I think of ogre, I think of Shrek. Okay, now we're going over here this way, and we're about to go and get the ogre ship. Facts. All right, so out here, we're going to be attacking this one right here. The Mario hoodie. Yeah, yeah, shout out to the Mario game. Might tweak the title of the video a little bit when I'm done this game. About to be hitting this ship. Ooh, that was close. You get a little bit farther from it. Well, thankfully we sunk it. Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, this is out, in the open sea. There's not really a lot of pirates or any kind of monsters or anything out in this area. Now, one thing they don't have in the game is they don't have the Kraken. They don't have stuff like that in this game. And it would be interesting to see the sea monsters at the same time, though. That would be quite terrifying. And I think that it's important for people to go and it'll be use their creativity to create games like this, and it'll be interesting to see more additions to it. We have to go back because we just kind of went into the middle of nowhere. Okay, now we're gonna go back and attack the ogre ship. I am intensely steering the ship, absolutely. Now there's a bounty hunter out in the waters. There's a lot of wind shear that caused that to go downward. Okay. It looks like we'll be kind of cornered. So let's go out a little bit and race it. Hello, Stranded. Good to see you. I'm glad you're able to make it. I'm glad you got to sleep in. And Stranded, I hope that you had a good week, and you're having a good evening also today. Turning, okay. It just keeps getting knocked up. Yeah, and also one thing is that, yeah, so Stranded today with me, I was saying before, is that with Diddy, that's the only trial that was on today that I saw. They were talking about Diddy. And with Diddy, outside the courthouse, they were filming it. Outside the courthouse, they were filming it. They were going to go and they were just talking about the judges saying they want to try to give Diddy bail. That's what they're trying to get for him right now as attorneys, and they're going to see how it works. They said the judge is fair, like fair with people. They criticize both prosecution and defense, and it's possible he might get bail, but we have to wait and see. A lot of people are upset about that. And yesterday there is a verdict with not a verdict, but they did the sentencing on the woman that deleted her child, and she gets 40 years. Yeah, house arrest. I did not see that coming. He is way too entitled. Turn a little bit. No, Diddy did not get house arrest. Almost got it. Yeah, so Diddy is asking for house arrest, and people are saying in the chat that Diddy is very entitled and that with all the money he has, he could possibly influence the events. Also, Stranded, I'm going to be growing some winter crops, some more winter flowers and stuff like that. I found out about. Yeah, put them under the jail. I agree. All right, and shout out to Sam in the game repairing the ship. I really kind of screwed the ship up. I wasn't completely in sync. I was trying to look and blink. But now we're gonna get out of the range of this. Here we go. Nice blue. Sam went offline for some reason. Sam went offline for some reason. Must have been an accident. Okay, he came back online. I might have to. Yeah, I'll also be growing some of the winter flowers. It's gonna be nice. They're turning. Well, he had some lag. All right. Yeah, I think the game booted him out or some stupid thing happened. But he's back. I pulled the rest of my peppers last week and need to pull up the stalks. Got a little snowy yesterday. Rain, snow mix today. Well, that's really cool. I'm sure it's not cool in some sort of. Well, it is literally cool. It's literally cool, but and I know it's not cool to experience. One of my friends, she's in up in one of the she's in one of the upper states. She's more north than you are, stranded. She's like in the close to Maine. And somewhere around there. It's like Rhode Island or something. And yeah, she was telling me about the the snow and driving in it is rough. Now, it hasn't snowed full fledged in this city since I believe 2008, but it technically has snowed, but the snow didn't touch the ground. Okay. Mm. Now we're gonna get it. Okay, good. And thank you, Strainer, for the weather update. All right. He tried to get the house arrest at Star Island Miami house. Judge said no. Now he's trying for the New York City place. That's what Pablo Escobar did. He put himself. He made his own prison, and basically had a flat screen TV and all that stuff in there. It's quite hilarious what these people will do. Notice how like Diddy isn't really like apologizing for anything he did. In my opinion, I know he apologized in a video, but he's not even concerned about the stuff he did to people. He's concerned about getting his hide out of a situation. That's all he cares about. It's kind of close, but let's do this. All right. Okay, both of them are coming at the same time. The tally. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to have to get more of a. I'm going to be gliding right into them. I have to get a little bit further out. Too close for comfort. Well, that's the moon that's out. Oh, I agree. Okay. Kind of going this way and going right here. Okay, that failed. It got me in the back. Okay. Darn it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of goofing with the. I'm doing good, but I can do a little bit better. Oh Lord, I sailed too far out. I'm towards the Atlantic Ocean. They're telling me to go back. Okay. All right. I'm gonna probably dock it. Yes, I remember that. I remember when that happened. I'm scared. Stranded. I saw that live. I was there. I saw it live when it happened. All right, let's go. Now we're much more of a better distance. Then after this, we'll go into the other topics. I mean, continue the topics, but without the game. Well, thank you, Stranded. I'm glad that you're able to see the highlights, at least. It's all good, you know. I'm just an exception, but that's very good that you see the highlights. You've just been getting too close to them. Have to keep on going out farther and farther. Now what I'm doing is I'm getting farther out. Yeah, strain it just like in the Lincoln trial. Exceptional. I blame the alien man. It's a better situation. We're going to go to this circumference. Thank you, Stranded. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm able to see the trial while it happens during the day. That's what I was talking about. Oh my goodness. Yeah, just for some reason they keep getting to me in the game. I don't know why. All right, I'm just gonna dock it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Just they keep getting closer and closer to me. I usually do better at this. All right. Okay. I'm gonna get this one more. Ooh. I'm getting back to y'all chat in a moment. We fight, fight, fight. All right. I'm getting to y'all in a moment. This got intense. Yeah, that makes sense. It's possible. It doesn't necessarily need an upgrade. It's the way I was piloting it. These ships are very massive, but I can get a bigger one. That's true. I agree. We're going straight to the shore now. We won. I'm about to get to y'all in a moment to see what y'all are saying. Well, where's... Okay. Raven's Cove. I see it out there. Yes. Yes, indeed, Sam. Yes, I am, DJ. Hola, good to see you. I think you're lucky that you get to watch these big news events unfold as they happen to stay informed. I always feel behind because of working. I hear about stuff later. Yeah, I'm very blessed. All right, I'm very blessed, and I really like seeing it unfold live. Because you like the Johnny Depp trial. That's how I got into the trials, because of the Johnny Depp trial. I was so yeah. I love seeing history unfold. Get a little bit farther out. Let's see. All right. Let's see. I'm going to be a little bit focused on this, but y'all can still chat. I'm still around, but try to get through this. Oh, okay. Okay, so going by the island. Okay. I docked. All right. I think that was best. The ostrich hat. I figured that was enough, so I said I was going to go in after we defeated the main enemy. Yeah. All right. Now we're going to be getting into the articles and stuff that I talk about in the show. All right. All right. We told Sam goodnight. Shout out to Sam. All right. So I'm just kind of I'm telling the chat enjoy the gameplay, and I'm about to get into the other part. All right. So all to ourselves. Okay. Yeah, chat's telling them good night. All right. All right, now we'll begin to the other part. Alrighty. All right. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Okay. Also, I want to say so stranded. Basically, we were talking about. I want to show you this. So there's some news going on about Brian Stelter, the CNN dude, and I just think his smile is very weird looking. He looks like he's a clown. He looks like he's a clown from a horror movie. Regardless of politics, I think that something about him is just cringe. Because I remember I saw him in the clip, and his smile is just man. He's some sinister. He is sinister, and he's notorious in the media. And so we're gonna go down this rabbit hole of we're gonna talk about this briefly. We're gonna talk about the garden and some different things like that, and then it would be over with. There's some information about Brian Stelter. Brian Patrick Stelter, born September 3rd, 1985, is an American journalist, best known as the former chief media correspondent for CNN and host of the CNN program Reliable Sources, roles he held from 2013 to 2022. He returned to CNN in 2024. Stelter is also a former media reporter for the New York Times and editor of TV Newser. Yeah. Fake smile. He's dead inside, no soul. I think he might be a rotten piece of mold. I think basically I roasted him ablaze. He's just a piece of charcoal. He does not even know what a soul is because he has no soul. Deceiving the people, in my opinion, is his goal. I might be rapping, some maybe saying I'm a troll, but he is a true troll. But right now I'm just going and scold. It's cold, and I scold him. Early life and education. Steelter was born on September 3, 1985, in Damascus, Maryland, the son of Donna and Mark Steelter. He attended Damascus High School, graduating in 2003, followed by Towson University, where he served as editor-in-chief of Tower Light from 2005 to 2007. While still a student, he created the TV Newser, a blog about television and cable news, which he later sold to Media Bistro and became part of the Adweek blog network. Career. After graduating from college in May 2007, Steelter joined the New York Times as a media reporter at 22, making him one of the youngest staff members at the time. I started getting into YouTube stream news stuff when I was 20. No, not 20. No. I may have been that a little bit older than 22. It was in 2020. So I was like a little bit older than 22, I think. I know I could do the math. It's just right now with the stream, I'm not really focused on the math part. But I was kind of like around that age that he was. I didn't get into that because 2018 and 19 and 2017, when I came back on YouTube, it was just sound effects only. And Stranded, this is kind of random, but aren't you excited about Thanksgiving and about the holiday seasons? Anybody else in chat that wants to participate in that conversation, you can. In November 2013, he became the new host of CNN's Reliable Sources and also the senior media correspondent for CNN Worldwide. On August 18, 2022, CNN canceled the Reliable Sources. Steelter departed the network after its final episode on August 21. The cancellation was one of the number of cost-cutting moves at CNN and its parent, Warner Bros. Discovery. Steelter criticized the network's decision to cancel the show, stating it's nonpartisan to stand up for decency and democracy and dialogue. In September 2022, Steelter joined the Walter Schortenstein Media and Democracy Fellowship at Harvard Kennedy School. Steelter is a producer on the Apple TV series The Morning Show, which is inspired by his book Top of the Morning. He also executive producer of HBO documentary After Truth, Disinformation, and the Cost of Fake News. On January 17, 2023, Steelter hosted a panel on the Clear Present Danger Disinformation at the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Stranded, I'm delighted to hear about that. I'm delighted. I'm glad that you're going to have that, and I'm glad that, it's coming up too. And with the trials, there's not, with YSL, they're doing like administrative work, and I was like, when Paige, she's the judge over YSL right now, and she's great. when she was putting up the papers, it has a name. I seem to be certainly the Einstein when it comes about names of things, but basically these forms that the jury needs to decide their verdict, she was putting it together and we're all there watching, and I stay up every night pretty much until 5 or 6 in the morning because I'm kind of crazy, but in a good way. And basically, so I have an eccentric schedule, but basically, so you would say in theory I would be tired, but usually I'm kind of just cranked up like the New Year's Eve. But you know, when they were doing that, it was very fascinating to see. When Hey SC, good to see you, man. It was very good to see. And also, what happened was I was falling asleep while she was doing it, and I was like looking at the chat, and my eyes were like couldn't stay open, and I felt like, yeah, shout out to you, SE, good to see you, bro. And yeah, I felt very, sleepy because it was a lot of kind of like this, the administrative stuff. You could just get yourself a nice pillow and just go to sleep. And yeah, chat, we're just like talking. This did not happen today. It happened the other day. There's no YSL today. And yeah, it was interesting to watch the forms being created. It was a lot. It was a lot like when a teacher would create a test or a quiz. That's what it was like. It was just like that. And also, so I enjoyed it. I mean, as much as you can enjoy it, it was just very fascinating. But yes, I was like barely awake. But today, it was just about Diddy and him being stupid and how they want to put him on bail. Briefly, then I finished watching Children of the Corn. I watched the whole movie, and that was a darn good movie. I really enjoyed it. I'm thankful for y'all for the suggestion. And SC, I'm planning a winter garden, and you got some. Yeah, so right here there's some spinach, some winter spinach. I'm also going to be growing a flower plant that's quite cold hardy. Yeah, so I have some exciting plants that are coming through for this season, and we are children of the corn. Yes. So as I said, I've been hanging in there, doing really good. But yeah, I'm glad for the Thanksgiving season because I love trials, but there seems to be not as much trials, and people are getting ready for the holiday season. It's just exciting for me, and it was nice getting some stuff done. And the weather's very cool outside. That's why I can wear a hoodie, and everything's good because the cooler weather is hammering. We are against the demons. Yes, we are. And shout out to Jesus Christ. Without him, I'm nothing. Amen. And Stranded said, I'm going to cook ribs for Thanksgiving, not feeling the traditional turkey this year. That's all good. I mean, that's good to try something different. Steelter announced a return to CNN in September 2024 as chief media analyst, once again authoring the Reliable Sources newsletter. He will appear on air and contribute to the outlet digitally, but will no longer host his own program. I like having ham, but it's so dang expensive. I think that we live in a society where the people are not being representative of their own food prices. It's all just being raised and it's all being heightened. I'm tired of all this cringe hiking. Inflation's hiking up the mountain. It needs to come down. I think we all been living in Toontown. Oh. Ribs, roasted potatoes, and corn. Plus, I'm definitely making deviled eggs. Got to have deviled eggs. I'm an alien sage. Thanks. Stelter was raised in Methodist and now non-religious. Stelter dated CNBC anchor Nicole Lapin in 2011. He stated he had no he had to inform his editor of the relationship, and he agreed not to cover CNBC while they were dating. In February 2014, he married Jamie Supak, a traffic anchor for NY1. The couple married in a Jewish ceremony and raising their children at Supak's Jewish faith. They live in Manhattan, New York City. Shout out to the deviled eggs. DJ said, I love deviled eggs. I always have like 15 or 20 of them and get hilarious gas. Pork ribs, I get a couple of racks in the freezer. I got sale over the summer. Well, that's great. A spiral of ham is like 40 or more bucks unless you get itty bitty one. My job gives everyone ham or turkey for Christmas. I asked for ham, so I got one on the way. We'll have that for Christmas. Shout out to Mary Toodles, quietly orbiting the spaceship. I'm thinking of something. So with Wade Wilson, he can't get no McDonald's. Remember, Capri Law and I were talking about that. He can't get McDonald's because he's in prison. Funny. Those eggs look yummy. I know a nefarious bear that thinks it's sweet as honey, but is really a gummy bear. Through the airwaves, I tear. Truth or dare. To all the haters, shout out to you, I don't care. Hola, Latina, good to see you. Welcome. Glad you're here. Alien news, snooze or lose. Haters cruise in for a bruise. DJ, I'm the same way. I boil 6 to 8 eggs for deviled eggs, and just me eating them, I'll be eating deviled eggs for a couple of days. Yeah, that's good. Paprika. Paprika. Yeah, and SE says, and no cell phones while you're driving. I don't know. They did fire him from CNN. They said because of money. But I don't know. I have questions too. I don't know why they bringing the dude back. He's just he's so cringe. I will look up an explanation though. That's funny, Stranded. Journalist Brian Stelter is returning to CNN after he was ousted for the cable television network more than 2 years ago during the dramatic shakeup. Yes, really, Stelter, 39, said Tuesday when he announced that he will be the lead author for CNN's Reliable Sources newsletter that he first started in 2015. Not letting you on the mothership unless you have a gas pack. Exactly. Exactly. 2 years after his show Reliable Sources was canceled by CNN, Brian Stelter is rejoining the media network. I'm returning to CNN in a brand new role as chief media analyst, the reporter announced in an edition of the network's Reliable Sources newsletter on Tuesday. All right, because they so over here it says just an overview about Brian Stelter's career. Wait, I'm gonna change something here real quick. After graduating from college in May 2007, Stelter joined the New York Times as a media reporter at 22, making him one of the youngest staff members of the time. In November 2013, he became the best host of CNN's Reliable Sources and also a senior media correspondent for CNN Worldwide. On August 18, 2022, CNN canceled the Reliable Sources. Stelter departed the network after its final episode on August 21. The cancellation was one of a number of cost-cutting moves by CNN. They cut him off because of the costs and its parent Warner Bros. Discovery. Stelter criticized the network's decision to cancel the show, stating it's not partisan to stand up for decency and democracy and dialogue. In September 2022, Stelter joined the Walter Schortenstein Media and Discovery Fellowship at Harvard Kennedy School. Stelter is a producer on April 17 Plus series, The Morning Show, which is inspired by his first book, Top of the Morning. He also executive producer of the HBO documentary After Truth, Disinformation, and Cost to Fake News. On January 17, 2023, Stelter hosted a panel on the clear and present danger of disinformation at World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Stelter announced a return to CNN in September 2024 as chief media analyst, once again authoring the reliable sources newsletter. He will appear on air, contribute to the outlet dignity, but will no longer host his own program. Nah, they cut him off because the ratings dropped when he was on him and Don Lemon. Don Lemon Head. Sour, more sour than Smiling Ned. I think these two are both creepy as Ted. A nuclear hybrid frog starting to shed. Stelter has zero integrity. Impossible for him to host a show like that. You see, exactly. And I believe the ratings went down, and all the people viewing it start to frown. This man. Look at this man. Like, I just look sinister. He's like he wants to eat me for dinner. Scared. Gotta fix this chair. I thought I fixed it before, but it was not fixed. Not true. Alright, so basically, I think that it's just a complete, a very interesting clown show. That's what it is. Interesting clown show. Okay. Putting that there. Okay. We're back in business now. Scared. Y'all gonna be having nightmares about this man. Bruh. Yeah, he's on the prowl. He's like one of the zombies from the movie, The Night of the Living Dead. Scared. I saw in the news clip of him smiling. I'm like, bruh, come on now, please. I know, right? Like there, he looks like all right there, especially there, with his masculine mask on. DJ says aliens. You think he has eye makeup on some of those pictures? I totally think he does. Definitely. Yes. I could see it. Him and that weirdo guy that was stealing luggage from the airport. No, with that mask, he looks like a crazy doctor in a horror movie. It just made it even worse, you think, huh? Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, he looks like he's about to delete somebody there. Lord. He would be the zombie king. Yeah, and he looks like a crazy doctor from a horror movie here. Yeah, definitely. His smile may be hidden, but he also looks worse in a different way. Super scary. Brian Stelter here. Dr. Giggles. Alright, that's him with hair. Shout out to the people, that are bold. No hate on anybody specifically. I just want to know what he looked like before. That was him with the hair. On C-SPAN. I'm sure it was scary. Yes. Yes. I saw that movie. Yeah. We'll go look that up right here. Yep. Yeah. He does look like him. I'm joked out. Hilarious. Yes. I can totally see that. Private Pile. That movie was really funny with the drill sergeant. Dude said some wild things. That guy was on the History Channel. He hosted a show. Yes. Yes. Yeah, he was a retired Marine drill sergeant. Yeah, I knew he was. I knew he had to do something with it. Yeah, this guy. There's so many memes about this dude, and he was like saying stuff like that. He would say the stuff he would say to like cause like just kind of for humor, for like dark humor. Yeah, but that was a good movie. Good acting in Full Metal Jacket. Should have won a reward for it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Full Metal Jacket is good. Yes, yes. All right. Let's see. Doctor Giggles. Yeah, he does look like that. That's Brian Stelter. Full Metal Jacket definitely got the Shaft for an award. Great movie. Yes, yes, absolutely. And Stranded, I'm going to fill you in on some alien news. We're still going to be talking about this. I'm going to give you an update about the alien news of the Congress, and we'll get into things as we go along. This is what we talked about yesterday. Okay. Yeah, I agree. The dude in the other picture looked deranged. Yes. All right. I'll update you about the alien thing going on. All right, let's see how this goes. Let's see. It's going downhill. Connection, but this worked yesterday, but somebody didn't reset the internet. So, but we're still in the game. Okay. So, yeah, we're back on. We're all good. Okay. UFO, and some of you may have heard this yesterday, but I'm reading it for Stranded. Okay. And it's going down again. Okay. I could just paraphrase if it completely goes out. Okay, well, let's see how this goes. If it buffers, let me know. Okay? Let me know. UFO whistleblowers tell Congress we are not alone in the cosmos. The U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Oversight and Accountability held a hearing titled Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Exposing the Truth at the Rayburn House office building in Washington, D.C. at 11:30 a.m. Eastern GMT on Wednesday, November 13. Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena UAP is relatively new catch-all term that includes sightings of unexplained objects, events that take place in the air, underwater, or in space, or that travel between those domains. Like previous congressional UFO hearings, the event featured the testimony from current U.S. military personnel who claimed that the American government has for decades hidden evidence of advanced technologies and otherworldly visitors. Yeah, SC, it's always good to watch a movie you haven't seen in a while. And I recommend, you do that. I do that as well. I'm thankful for the movie suggestions. And it was, I think you should see it again. My shoulder moved on the table. That's what that noise was. Technologies and otherworldly visitors from public, a multitude of anecdotes were presented about flying orbs coming out of the ocean, disc-shaped objects and craft exhibiting flight structure characteristics unlike anything our arsenal. While such claims are nothing new, what is noteworthy about the hearing are pedigrees of some of the whistleblowers who testified, including a former U.S. counterintelligence officer, a retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral, and a former NASA associate administrator. All of them stressed the need for more government transparency, less stigma about the UFO topic, and new policies to bring UAP data out of the black classified world into the public domain. One thing I want to tell all of you is that Mike Tyson and Jake Paul are being sued. They're being sued. And when they're getting sued, it's because of the rigged game. And people lost money over it. So people are suing. Yes. We'll go look at news about it after this. Do you think the meaning Congress will find out about the mothership? Okay. Well, according to my old pal Douglas, he thinks that they're on to us, but as long as we're careful, I don't think they'll find us as easily, but it's possible they may be on to us, Essie. For quite a long time. We'll see if they find our mothership. Scared. Most people just blame the dog, not the swamp monster of the lagoon and the bog. A lot of these sheeple are in mental fog. We need to go in stealth mode and go into one of the belts of space. I got a poker face. They're not going to know what my hand is. But I put the invisible cloak on the mothership just in case. Garment and these haters know they place. Just focus on the dog that's chasing his trail. He's on a chase. I'm focusing on Earthlings that are breaking into their cars and zooming around, and everybody watches the chase. All the government's been doing the whole time has been hiding the truth about aliens and focusing on what's inside of their briefcase. But we the people need to see it. That's why it says we the people. Yeah, rhymes. Stealth mode shield engage. The Goobermint Big Brother is incited in rage. We got them locked in because we braked out of the mental cage. Judge Page paged me on my pager. I think there's something important here, that the YSL trial was all the rage. Because it was not done fairly, in my opinion. Alright, I rhymed y'all a storm tonight. Alright, shout out to all you. Alright, continuing. This isn't the U.S. government's first attempt to investigate the recent wave of UFO claims that began in 2017. A similar hearing was held last year in which a whistleblower told Congress the U.S. government is hiding evidence of non-human intelligence. The Pentagon also created All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, in 2022 to investigate UAP reports and government data about UFOs, but critics, including some government officials, are skeptical of the office's aims and methods. Antiseptic. AARO is unable to perhaps unwilling to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs. Representative Nancy Mace, Republican, South Carolina, said during the hearing opening remarks, "I'm disturbed about AARO itself lacks transparency. Even its budget is kept from the public. So there is no there, then why are we spending money on it? And by how much? Why the secrecy?" Other representatives stressed the need for transparency and data analysts, a common theme of other recent UAP studies. We have evidence that we are detecting things and we know that we don't understand them, and this is worth investigating. Rep. Robert Garcia, Democrat, California, said, "I believe we always be more transparent. To me, this hearing and others are simply about the truth, getting to the facts of what these UAPs actually are." Luis Elizondo, a former U.S. counterintelligence officer who has been vocal about such claims in recent years, told the assembled representatives at the hearing that our exclusive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, the public all hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. We are in the midst of the multi-decades secretive arms race, one funded by mislocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies, Elizondo said during his testimony. I will say this. I told SC yesterday, Stranded, is that people say that the aliens are a distraction, but I believe the Jake Paul and Tyson fight was a distraction from the alien news that was going on. And they also said, Stranded, that they have alien bodies that are being held. And some Christian YouTubers believe that they're going to try to say that there's aliens to disprove that our faith is wrong, that evolution, all this stuff happened. But it's like, there could still be aliens, and that also being true at the same time. Because I believe God was focused on this group of people, and there's nothing that says that it isn't aliens. He could have created other, he obviously created other beings in the world too. There's also, as I famously say, the fallen angels and the watchers. Also, he created. That could be them as well, especially the Greys. Exactly, the fight was fixed. I mean, Mike Tyson, you see the man, like even at his age, I mean, he's like he goes in there like all of those wildcats, like a jaguar, a lion. That man, he goes right in for the kill. And Mary Toodles was saying that Tyson, he is basically like a Tyson is basically, he was a street fighter. He went through a lot of hardships. And, Jake Paul is like this kid. Like my age. He's a year older than I am. And, and it seemed kind of odd. Beast mode, like a bull. And I know from seeing cats catch things, he's like that. And I've seen on the Animal Channel, like, the wild cats catching prey. Yeah, beast mode. Facts. Like a bull, too. We are in the midst of a multi-decade service arms race, one funded by mislocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies, Elizondo stated during the testimony. Elizondo, who claims to have previously investigated UFOs as part of the secret Pentagon program, suggested that the U.S. government created a whole off-government approach to study UAP, create a national UAP strategy, and offer protections so that the whistleblowers who are desperate to do the right thing can come forward without fear. Strand said, "Didn't make sense to me that at his age he would fight someone significantly younger. It's not like he needs any that money. I know, I know. It's weird." And after in the boxing situation, Jake Paul paid his respects, but it was like they were boxing. Then he was like, and it's good to respect him and all, but that it's like that's not a fight. It wasn't a fight. Elizondo also stated point blank to Rep. Mace questioning that the U.S. government has programs to retrieve crashed UAP and reverse engineer them, but avoided giving any specifics in an unclassified public setting such as the hearing. Didn't need the money, there must be something funny going on. This is plain wrong. I drop bars, there you go, there's a song. Rep. Moskowitz, Democrat, Florida, then questioned Elizondo, asking the former counterintelligence agent about a document he signed that limits him from speaking publicly about crash retrieval programs. The document said, "You can't talk about crash retrieval. Well, you know, you can't talk about Flight Club. There's no Flight Club, correct?" Like other witnesses, Elizondo stated that the alleged excessive government secrecy around UFOs harms national security. In response to questioning from Rep. Burchert, Republican, Tennessee, Elizondo stated that if the UAP sightings turned out to be technologies operated by adversarial nations, it would be an intelligence failure eclipsing 9/11 in order of magnitude. Retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet offered similar testimony as Elizondo. "We know from the last year UAP hearing and recent statements and publications by credible whistleblowers that UAP, NHI, non-human intelligence, and their technology of unknown origin represents a new realization that we are not the only advanced intelligence in the universe," Gallaudet stated Wednesday, according to his published remarks. Also, Netflix couldn't handle it, and Netflix started the crash. And some people couldn't even see it. Quote, "Unelected officials in the U.S. government do not have an exclusive right to this knowledge about nature of reality. The American people have a right to that knowledge," Gallaudet said. The retired Rear Admiral also stressed the national security and airspace safety concerns related with UAP sightings, calling them extensive. When Rep. Garcia asked Gallaudet and other witnesses that UAP might represent, the retired Rear Admiral said he believes they are evidence of non-human higher intelligence. Former NASA Associate Administrator for Space Policy Partnership Michael Gold also testified in the hearing and previously served on NASA's UAP study team. Gold's testimony was more grounded. For example, he stressed the need for NASA to contribute his authority and expertise toward analyzing what UAP data it might already possess and helping dispel the stigma associated with the UFO topic. Strained said, "There's an old saying, while you're watching the clowns and the ringleader is up to no go. Morale. Don't get distracted by entertainment. Keep your eye on the your eye on the head person." And he looked like something was wrong with him, like he had bad news or something. He just looked off for some reason. I agree. Our best tool for unlocking the mystery UAP science, but we cannot conduct proper inquiry of the stigma. Is so overwhelming that just daring to be part of NASA search team eclipses such a vitrolic response. I said that. Okay. Gold added that NASA has massive archive of data that could possibly contain evidence of UAP and suggested that the artificial intelligence machine learning algorithms could help sort through the agency's trove of data to help shine light of the UFO phenomenon. In addition, the former U.S. Associate Administrator said the agency should develop specialized instruments that might be able to gather useful data about UAPs. FC says stranded is a cold where you live. Journalist Michael Schellenberger also testified, telling at the representatives that there's a growing body of evidence the government is not being transparent about what it knows about unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP, formerly called UFOs, and the elements within the military and IC intelligence community are in violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations. Schellenberger stated that there is a secret program within the U.S. government known as Immaculate Constellation, whose sole purpose is to collect UAP reports from military personnel and censor data and quarantine them away from the rest of the government and military. While he noted that the Pentagon spokesperson has stated no such program exists, Stellenberger recounted prior examples in which Department of Defense has initially denied knowledge of the UAP related information, only to latter changes its stance and either admit information exists or release it to the public. Stranded said, Wolverines, yes, we got a little snow yesterday. Rain, snow mix today. Oh wow, it's cold here. I thought we were going to get ice today because it was cold, mist, but it didn't ice up. Snow already, wow. The snow isn't accumulating, but it's still cold. Understood. The U.S. government appears to know significantly more about UAPs than its revealing, Schellenberger said to the hearing, but even those who believe the U.S. government has relieved all that it knows should have no objection to congressional demands for greater transparency. To include the meeting, Rep. Mace asked each eyewitnesses to define what human biologics or non-human intelligence mean to each of them. Facts. I don't think it's a stretch when you look at diversity of life on this planet and the size of the universe to think that there will be more diverse, higher order, non human intelligence throughout the universe, and that's probably what's visiting us, Gaudiet said. Yes, Stranded, I agree. Hopefully it doesn't. Elizondo stated he would take a scientific approach. The definition would be the ability to react to a stimulus in a manner that requires an intellectual thought process. Gold, meanwhile, questioned whether non human intelligence necessarily implies life, suggesting sophisticated artificial intelligence might be responsible for some UAP encounters. Schellenberger simply stated he did not know what they might be up to, what they might be. Okay, I'll read it again. I'll read it again. I don't think it's a stretch when you look at the diversity of life on this planet and the size of the universe to think that there will be more diverse, higher order, non human intelligence throughout the universe, and that's probably what's visiting us. Gallaudet said. Yeah, non human can mean a lot of things. Yes, it can. Yes, I agree. Elizondo stated he would take a scientific approach. The definition would be the ability to react to a stimulus in a manner that requires an intellectual thought process. Gold, meanwhile, questioned whether non human intelligence necessarily implies life, suggesting sophisticated artificial intelligence might be responsible for some UAP encounters. Sellenberger simply stated he did not know what they might be. In the hearing, as in other UFO hearings, there was a lot of telling and not a lot of showing. One of the core tenets of these whistleblower testimonies is that much of the credible UFO data is classified and can't be relieved to the public based on the military capabilities that some data could reveal. Oh, hello, Curse Zero. So thank you for letting us know. All right. Whistleblowers have attested for years that because advanced or classified sensors and satellites sometimes capture footage of photos, unexplained phenomena, or advanced crafts, those photos or videos are likewise classified by the U.S. government in order to not reveal America's full surveillance or sensing capabilities. Such was the case in 2013, when U.S. military aircraft shot down mysterious objects of the coast of Alaska. The American government has yet to release any imagery from the event, but a Canadian Freedom of Information request unveiled a photograph earlier this year about ear of a balloon-like object. Stranded said, "Okay, I understand now. He's talking about a higher intellect. Thanks for the overview again. You're welcome. Those incidents and others like it, such as weeks-long drone incursion above Langley Air Force Base in Washington D.C., were discussed at the hearing. Their origin of these drones and their operation and the operators remains a mystery." Rep. Glenn Grothman said this incident and other sightings near the sensitive military installations highlights the complexity of the UAP challenges facing our intelligence, defense, and homeland security secret committees. All right, so that is the update, Stranded, about the aliens in Congress. You're all caught up with it now. All right, let's look at Tyson getting sued. Now, I want to make a slight correction. All right. It doesn't seem. Now, I remember hearing around that Tyson and Paul were both being sued. But these headlines. You're welcome, Stranded. That these headlines are saying that Netflix is being sued specifically for a breach of contract over Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Well, look what we have here. We have Duke Raoul. Shout out to you. Welcome to the chat. All right, so let's dive right into it. Right into the news. Let's see how this goes. Netflix is being sued because of Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight. All right, so I'm going to read you all the full report right now. By most accounts, Netflix considers last Friday's boxing card headlined by Jake Paul's ununanimous decision win former heavyweight championship Mike Tyson to be a success. And by some metrics, the card drew an audience of 108 million viewers globally and peaked with 65 million concurrent streams. It could be argued that's true. However, one Netflix subscriber strongly disagrees, which is why he's suing the streaming platform for breach of contract, deceptive trade practices, and he's seeking to unspecified damages. He's suing because the people are angry because they made bets on a fight that was rigged. Hillsborough County, Florida resident Ronald Blue Denchen filed the suit on Monday in Florida State Court, and he's hoping to turn it into a class action case with other subscribers who were affected by the constant streaming distributions during the Paul Tyson bout and were not offered any kind of refund or financial restitution. Yeah, get out of here, ads. Unwelcome. Denshin maintains that the constant buffering and glitching of the live stream. Yeah, that also was a problem that people were having. I remember while it was live, people were saying in the YouTubes that it was not going well because the people, you can't really see what was going on. Coupled with Netflix acknowledgement of the streaming issues, shows that it was woefully ill prepared. I know about creating websites. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I know about creating websites like this, like Netflix or those social media platforms. I've learned quite a bit about creating like a clone of that. So basically, when you have servers, you have like a website and it's hosted on a web server, and basically what you do is it could get overloaded if it wasn't designed correctly to handle a certain amount of traffic. So it looks like Netflix's servers and the tech stuff they have there wasn't designed to handle that many people at one time. For instance, YouTube, although it's under the umbrella of Google, so it has basically infinite amount of funding, or say like Twitter. I think Twitter, would be another area to have a good time. I mean, Twitter would be able to handle it, but Netflix must have not have been configured and designed itself to be able to handle it. Well, yeah, that's good, SC, but a lot of people had more problems with it than that. But yeah, thank you for your feedback about it, though. All right, Latina and SC and everybody else gave a shout out to Curse Zero. All right, that's good. Shout out to him. And continuing with the article, instead of providing the program its viewers pay for extra a month, Netflix was completely unprepared and unable to fix the issues, which stresses the company's failure to fulfill contractual obligations, as they continued billing for services not delivered, the complaint stated, via The Hollywood Reporter. Yeah, I saw it too, SE. I saw a replay, and it was so disgraceful. I mean, it was cringe. It wasn't a fight, and I don't know why Mike Tyson would want to ruin his good name over this BS. Waste of time. Probably the worst fight I've ever seen. The lady fight was a lot better. I do agree. The lady fight was better. It's been reported there were between 85,000 and 97,000 users who reported uses streaming issues during the fight. Sometimes between the co-main event featuring Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor and Paul Tyson main event. And Duke said that they used to bitch about the Tyson fights only lasting 3 minutes. I wasn't around then, so I didn't see them live. But I understand what you mean. It looks like it's flipped. There's people still complaining about it in a different way. Welcome back, Chris Hero. The issues from last week have fans even more concerned about Netflix's ability to deliver error-free broadcasting to the NFL's Christmas Day doubleheader with Kansas City Chiefs, Pittsburgh Steelers, and Baltimore Ravens, Houston Texans game, both set air on the platform. All right, we're going to go into some nerd stuff real quick about this because I know about this kind of stuff. So let's look like what kind of servers they use. Yeah, those are the servers for Netflix. Yeah, right on. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, these are the servers in Netflix, and they're not they seem like they're not able to handle a large amount of traffic. And this is a problem here. So basically, the servers, you have servers in different parts of the world, and they all like ping off each other to give people their information. And when a lot of people go to a site, like say Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, they could or Google, they could handle it. But Netflix is very disgraceful because all the money that they're getting in my opinion, from all the stuff that they have, all the subscribers, they have to buy better servers. All right, so let's see what language was it written in. Netflix is built using a wide range of programming languages, each suited for different components of its platform, from the back end infrastructure of the front end interface. Netflix technology stack is diverse with languages like Java, Python, JavaScript, and Scala being its core operations. I know about Python. I know Python and Java. So Python, specifically Django, is a web building application, and JavaScript, it's this, like when you go and press your notifications on YouTube and there's a drop down menu, or you could see comments on a stream or a video. That's because of the help of JavaScript. And usually there's been safety measures and precautions to help prevent this, but there's sometimes nefarious people could try to do things of cross sites and use code nefariously, but because you have to have certain things in the website to protect it. And Scala is something I've never heard of before. Netflix needs to not use their Timu plan. They need to get a better internet plan. Right. Right. Exactly. It's Curse Zero. It is hackable. Right. Right. Yes. True Curse Zero. Going to go nerd out here and look at that. Okay, so Scala programming language, which is something I've not heard of before. All right, let's go down this rabbit hole. Okay, is strongly statistically typed high-level generated purpose programming language that supports both object-oriented programming and functional programming. Designed by concise, many of Scala's design decisions are intended to address criticisms of Java. The Scala is source code can be compiled to Java bytecode and run by on a Java virtual machine. Scala can also be transpiled to JavaScript to run in a browser or compiled directly to a native executable. And Curse Zero says, yeah, I did the same thing. It's not even moderate level Scala. Okay, thank you for the info. Yes. And This one, I've not heard of this before. I've not heard of Scala before. This is news to me. Scala can also be transpiled into JavaScript to run a browser or compiled directly to a native executable. When running on the JVM, Scala provides language interoperability with Java so that libraries written in either language may be referenced directly in Scala or Java code. Like Java, Scala is objective oriented and use syntax tempered curly brackets, in which, similar to language C, if I recall correctly, Discord is created in C. If I'm recalling that correctly, or C plus plus. If I'm recalling that correctly. Since Scala 3, there is also an option to use the offside rule, undenting the structure blocks, and use of Martin Odersky has this turned out to be the most productive change in Scala 3. Alright, so developer, platform, virtual machine. And it was created in 2001. Design of Scala started in 2001 at Eclectic Federale di Lanuncia in Switzerland by Martin Odersky. It followed on the form of funnel programming language, combining ideas from functional programming and the Petri nets. Odersky formerly worked on generic Javic Sun's Java compiler. Let's put it this way. I know 3 people that can crash their site with one hand and a broken thumb. And on the hand and still overload the site while not even looking at their monitor. Like I typed old. Denial service attack. Yes. And also, basically, the Netflix was not created very well. No, I don't think so. Especially considering that they cannot even run these streams. It's extremely cringe. And its license is Apache 2.0. And we have here is, unlike Java, Scala has more features, functional programming languages, scheme standard, ML, and Haskell, including currying, mutability, lazy execution, and pattern matching. It also has an advanced type system supporting algebraic data type, covariance, and quaternions, higher order types, but not higher rank types, anomalous types, operator overloading, optional parameters, and named parameters, raw strings, an experimental exception only version of algebraic effects that can be seen as more powerful version of Java's checked exceptions. It wasn't meant to be last. They didn't think it will get that big, but now they still run off the same old code they started with, if that makes any sense. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. So, yeah, because their developers are so cringe. Because it's like, say Facebook in its infancy, back, like, I'll show you all Facebook from 2004 right now. We're rolling a time machine. It's like you're using the same thing you used way back. But over time, it has to be improved and updated and changed as time goes on. To keep it updated and safe and all. But they're just, using it in a goofy way. So, many of you know this, but this is what Facebook looked like originally. It looks nothing like it looks now. Imagine just keeping Facebook like that in that state. And so that's why I think that, Netflix, thank you for your insight, Kurt Zero. They completely neglected it. They totally neglected this whole thing. with Netflix and all that money they're making from it. It's really disgraceful to do that to their users. Duke says this is not uncommon, not being able to handle the amount of folks on the stream. There's no excuse so far as I'm concerned. Right. Looks like MySpace. Yeah, it does. And Curse Zero says, hell, Crunchyroll even crashed the day Goku when Ultra Instinct signed the first time. And also, yeah, it's just a totally different looking than what Facebook looks like now. Totally different. And let's see. Netflix. It used two types of servers, one based on hard disk drivers and others on flash drives. Both are optimized for high density and low power use. Oh my goodness. Okay, what type of servers does Netflix use? Computing and storage with Amazon EC2 and S3. At the core of Netflix technology stack are Amazon EC2 Elastic Compute Cloud, Amazon S3 Simple Storage Service, which provides computing power and storage capacity necessary for streaming millions of hours of content daily. Right, old tech. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they're just from like a developer, point of view, they don't they're just using old tech. They're not using anything modern. And it's an embarrassment. Amazon this is cringe. I knew it had to be something cringe. It had to be something. It just had to be. There's no way. Like if you have something like Facebook or if you have something like YouTube, it should be fare out much better. He posted deleted body picture biology class. Well, what I saw was the frog. That's the thing I had to deal with. I'm sure it is. Curse Zero, I'm sure it is. All right, Amazon Eclectic Compute Cloud itself is 15 years old. Yeah, that's really out there. The last update was from over 3 years ago. The initial release date was August 25, 2006. Y'all wanted to laugh. There you go. What a goof Netflix is. What a goof. That's why. I mean, I knew they had some kind of Temu service. Or let's see how much money Netflix makes. Netflix net worth. Well, lucky Duke. We went to the field trips of the morgue to watch autopsy. Well, that must have been a very interesting field trip. Very interesting. Oh, look at this. Market cap is 384.51 billion 384.5 billion, as Trump would say. As November 2024, 384.51 billion. So say it again. 384.51 billion USD. This makes Netflix the world's 25 most valuable company by market cap. They can afford better they're just being cheap. They're being completely cheap. All right, I'm going to read a little bit through this programming language. All right, and we'll go to another part. There is something like a. I'm going to look this up, see. People would pass out the autopsy. All right. So, going into this a little bit. After an interpersonal release in late 2003, Scala was released publicly in early 2004 on the Java platform. A second version followed in March 2006. On 17 January 2011, the Scala team won a 5-year research grant over 2.3 million from European Research Council. On 12 May 2011, Orderski and collaborators launched the TypeSafe Inc., later renamed Lightbend Inc., a company provide commercial support, training, and services for Scala. TypeSafe received $3 million investment in 2011 from Greylock Partners. Have you ever heard of the light refraction shield? It was released to the public a few years ago. Oh, what about the Lexus hoverboard? That's older, but have never heard of more news about it. I have not heard about that, Curse Zero. I'm curious to see what that is. About that. Let's see if we can find anything about that. Interesting. Yeah, but I saw something, but yeah, I've not heard of that. Okay, thanks for the link. Thanks for the link. Refraction shield. I said reflection. Refraction. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, so we'll look at some pictures for right now. So yeah, that's the light refraction shield, and it makes you look invisible, like an invisible cloak. By the way, there's examples of that specific thing. And they sell one on Amazon for $99. I'm gonna post this. Okay. Yeah, thank you for sending the short. Thank you. Okay, and also look this thing, the Lexus hoverboard. All right, this is the Lexus hoverboard. So it just kind of levitates there. Yeah, and that's it floating. I mean, the technology they're coming out with is very fascinating, very futuristic. I mean, imagine like in 2006 or 7 there'd be like a floating hoverboard or reflecting or fraction light shield. That's just very fascinating. That's some sci-fi stuff right there, like the Jetsons. I'm going to briefly read through this nerd stuff and we'll go to the other things. And Curse Zero says, it's legit the closest thing I've ever seen to a real one. Yeah, yeah, it certainly seems very real. You know, it looks completely real to me. Yeah. And based on from what you showed us, it's very interesting how they were able to have the technical advancements. Platforms and licenses. Scala runs on Java platform, Java Virtual Machine, and it's compatible with existing Java programs. As Android applications are typically written in Java and translated from Java bytecode into Dalvik bytecode, which may be further translated to native machine code during installation when packaged. Scala's Java compatibility makes it well suited to Android development, the more so when a functional approach is preferred. The reference to Scala software distribution, including a compiler libraries, is released under the Apache license. You know, Apache is used for deploying web apps and stuff. You know, like a web server. I'll briefly explain it. The Apache license is permissive free software license written by Apache Software Foundation. It allows users to use software for any purpose, to distribute it, modify it in versions of software times license without concern of royalties. Other compilers and targets Scala.js. When something says .js, it has to do with the JavaScript. Is Scala a compiler that compiles to JavaScript, making it possible to write Scala programs that can run in web browsers, or Node.js. The compiler, in development since 2013, was announced as no longer experimental in 2015. Version 0.00 M1 was released in June 2018 and version 1.11 in September 2020. Scala Native is a Scala compiler that targets LLVM compiler infrastructure to create executable code that uses lightweight managed runtime, uses Boheme garbage collector. The project is led by Denis Shablin and has its first released 0.1 14 March 2017. Development of Scala Native begins in 2015 with the goal of being faster than just-in-time compilation for JVM by eliminating the initial runtime compilation of code and also providing the ability to call native routes directly. A reference Scala compiler targets the NET framework, and its common language runtime was released in 2004 of June, but was officially dropped in 2012. Hello, yeah, Fruit Loops. Hello World example. Hello World program written in Scala 3 has this form: main def main print line hello world. Unlike the standalone hello world application for Java, there is no declaration and nothing is declared to be static. When program is stored in the file hello world Scala, the user compiles it with the command scalac $scalac hello world.scalac. Shout out to the Fruit Loops. And it runs with Scala hello world. This analog to the process of compiling, running Java code. Indeed, Scala's compiling and executing the model is identical to Java, making it compatible with Java build tools such as Apache Ant. Apache Ant is a software tool for automating software build process for Java applications, which originated from Apache Tomcat project in early 2000 as a replacement for the make build tool of Unix. It is similar to make but implement using Java language and requires Java platform. Scala includes an interactive shell and scripting support saved in a file named hello world2.scala. This can be run as a script using the command scala hello world scala. The Mandela effect is a thing. That is for sure. I don't really eat Fruit Loops of deliciousness. Command can also be entered directly into Scala's interpreter using Option E. Basic examples. The following examples show differences between Java and Scala syntax. The function math function takes the integer, squares it, and then adds a cube around the number, natural log. The number returning the result is n 2/3 plus in n2. Yes, absolutely. Curse zero. And Latina says in other county they actually use fruit to dye the loops, but in the USA they use food coloring. Yeah, I know it's cringe. Features referenced with Java. Scala has the same compiling model as Java and C, namely separate compiling dynamics loading, so Scala code can call Java libraries. The US has more rat hairs in their looped fruit looped loops. And the US has more rat hairs in their looped fruity fruit loops. Shout out to Duke Raoul for being the next Dr. Seuss. All right. All right, Stranded, shout out to you. Thank you for staying up with me. And the U.S. has more rat hairs in their looped, fruited loops. Yep, I said it right the fifth time. Other counties, she meant other countries. All right, understood. Scala's operational characteristics are the same as Java's. The Scala compiler generates byte code that is nearly identical to that generated by the Java compiler, and the fact Scala code decompiled readable Java code with the exception of certain constructors, operations, and Java virtual machines. Scala code and Java code are indigestible. The only difference is one extra runtime library, Scala library.jr. Scala adds a large number of features compared with Java and has some fundamental differences in underlying model of expressions and types which make the language theoretically cleaner and eliminate several corner cases. In Java, from the Scala perspective, this is particularly important because several added features in Scala are also available in C, pound sign. Syntactic flexibility. As mentioned above, Scala has a good deal of syntactic flexibility compared with Java. The following are some examples. Semicolons are unnecessary. Lines are automatically joined if they begin or end with a token that cannot morally come in this position, or if there are unclosed parentheses or brackets. Any method can be used as infix operator, dapples format, and dapples format num or equivalent. In fact, arithmetic operators like plus and the other sign are treated just like any other method since the function names and allowed to consist of sequences or of attributary symbols, with a few exceptions made for things like parens, brackets, and braces that must be handled specially. The only special treatment that such a symbol named methods undergo concerns the handling of precedence. Methods apply and update have syntactic short forms foo where foo is value singleton object class instance. It is short for foo.apply brackets and foo brackets equals 40. 2. It's short for foo.update 42. Similarly, foo 42 is short for foo.apply 42 and foo 4 equals 2. It's short for foo.update 4-2. This is used for collection classes and extended to many other cases such as STM cells. Scala distinguishes between no parens def foo equals 42 and empty parens def foo brackets 42 methods. When calling an empty parens methods, the parentheses may be omitted, which useful when calling into Java libraries that do not know this distinction. Using foo dot to string instead of foo to string by convention, a method should be defined with empty parents when performed, such as side effects. Method name ending in colon except for arguments in the left side of the receiver on the right hand side. For example, 4, 2, NIL. And the same as NIL dot 2 and 4. The first corresponding visuals to the result, the list with the elements of 4 and the second element 2, class body variables can be transparently implemented. A separate getter and setter method for trait foo like var bar int. Implementation may be object foo extends foo like private var equals 0, def bar x def bar equals value int, x value. The call site will still be able to coincide foo.bar42. Use of curly brackets instead of parentheses is allowed in method calls. This allows pure library implementations of new control structures. For examples, breakable if break bracket looks like breakable was language defined a keyword, but really is just method taking a thunk argument. I've never heard of a thunk argument before. In computer programming, thunk is a subroutine used to inject calculations into another subroutine. Thunks are primarily used to delay calculations until its result is needed. Okay. Arguments. Methods take thunks or functions, often the place of these in a second parameter list, allowing to mix parentheses and curly brackets and syntax. Vector.fill4 math.random is the same as vector fill for math.random. The curly bracket braces variant allows the expression of span multiple lines. For expression explained further down can accommodate any type of that defines monodic methods such as map, flat map, and filter. By themselves, these may seem like questionable choices, but collectively they serve as purpose for allowing domain-specific languages to be defined in Scala without needing to extend the compiler. For example, Erlang's special syntax for sending a message to an actor message can implement Scala library without the language. All right. So that's some information on the Scala language. I felt like a computer or Siri or something writing that. All right, we're going to talk about Excalibur. I spelled it wrong, so I have to do this. And talk about this briefly. And when James is here on like Thursday next time, I'll talk about it with him because he's not here for right now. All right. Let's see. We'll look at some other side thing right here. All these people need to become whistleblowers and document it, or called the old school mafiosos. Curse Zero said, "Did we forget there are many food products that are illegal if sold outside of America because we've been being poisoned for over 50 years, but ignore the crazy guy." Yeah, right on. Right. Yeah, because like with me with the alien theories and stuff, they thought we were crazy for thinking that, but now they're saying it's true. Just shout out to the crazy ones and those that think different. Yeah. So, all right. Gonna read this article from Coast to Coast AM. Let's see how this goes. All right. So what I'm gonna do next, I'm gonna be talking about this article. I'll briefly talk about Excalibur, the Sword of King Arthur. I'll talk about a scary story, and then we'll be done. Okay. Three more things. And I'll throw in the garden as a bonus, which I talked about the garden before, but I'm just going to I might mention it briefly for a second. All right, here we go. The Roswell incident, Bigfoot in Ohio, and strange Christian history were among the fascinating topics explored on Coast to Coast AM this past week. And here, the seat to a website we told you about the escaped hamsters grounding a plane in Spain airport, a strange serial vandal in Britain, and a Senate hearing on UFOs. Check out the roundabout highlights from the past you missed. The stranger side Christian history was explored on Monday night's program as author Michael Leschens shared odd accounts involving saints, weird miracles, and demons. He recounted one peculiar tale wherein an ex-toting St. Nicholas was enlisted to help a town that had fallen victim to a possessed tree that terrified residents by unleashing an unsettling screech. I'll go back. Yes, Bigfoot in Ohio. Yes, correct. Of the more modern saints, he pointed to Padre Pio, who passed away in 1968 and was said to possess the power of bilocation, wherein he could simultaneously appear in two different places. Lishins also talked about the recent case of the seemingly incorrupt nun who was exhumed in the Missouri last year. Supposed to snow this week. Yep, that is true. In the northern regions, y'all are going to get some snow. That's true, in my opinion. UFOs were the talk of Congress yet again in the past week as the Senate held hearing wherein The head of the Pentagon's UAP program provided an update on their work investigating the phenomenon. Dr. John Kolsicki noted that the group found the prosaic explanations for many of the cases they have received, and they have yet to find any evidence of extraterrestrials. That said, he did not provide details on a handful of reports wherein the unidentified object was so fantastic in its appearance or behavior that they were left scratching their heads as to what have it could have been. Other UFO items from the past week, including new details on the object shot down over Canada, February 2023, the video of odd anomalies seen over New York City and Mexico's volcano. I did not know about that. Could the legendary Bigfoot be linked to forests in Ohio? This intriguing possibility was explored on Saturday night's program by researcher Mike Miller, who detailed his ongoing search for Sasquatch and other curious cryptids in the Buckeye State. He recounts how his team of investigators have unusual experiences while exploring the wilderness, such as having rocks mysteriously thrown at them and hearing unsettling animal sounds that were unlike any of the known creature. Miller mused that Bigfoot appears territorial yet peaceful unless it feels threatened, which will provoke a powerful defense reaction from the monstrous cryptid. Sinkfoot. Sinkfoot. Scared. This past week featured two strange stories centered around large groups of animals causing chaos. First, in Spain, an airport was forced to ground a plane after it was discovered that dozens of hamsters being shipped by a pet store had managed to escape their container, fearing that the rodents might chew crucial wires in the 105 million Airbus 320 which they roamed. Workers spent 4 days painstakingly collecting all of the critters from the aircraft nooks and crannies. Wow, that is tedious. Until it was safe to take off into the skies again. Meanwhile, in Thailand, police officers were forced to take refuge when their headquarters after hundreds of monkeys escaped their enclosure and overtook a city for several hours. Monkeys can do that. You know, a bunch of monkeys can... Like, I've seen videos where they go in swarms and they'll take over a whole city or a little town or something, and they'll steal stuff, and they'll riot and cause all kinds of problems. And it's like this horde of monkeys. So that is something that happens. They'll steal purses and all kinds of things. They'll steal the hat on your head and walk off with it. The iconic Roswell incident was revisited on Thursday night's program with Don Schmidt reflecting on his decade's long investigation into the case. Cautiously optimistic by the challenge in the government's stance on UFOs, he lamented that none of the key Roswell witnesses are alive today to tell their remarkable stories. That said, Schmidt revealed that he recently spoke to an 87-year-old woman who handed the piece of mysterious wreckage when she was a child. He pointed out the profound secrecy of the surrounding the event as an indication that whatever crashed in Roswell was far more significant than a simple weather balloon. Weirdest story of the week came to us by way of Britain, where a town is struggling to deal with a persistent vandal who has specifically targeted solitary streets, crossing Button for the last 2 years. Officials in the community of Tornbridge lament that they have spent thousands of pounds fixing the damaged devices since their ridiculous reign of terror began, making the case all the more curious. The most recent incident saw the miscreant leave behind rather unsettling message that was constructed like a ransom note that informed the town officials that had only themselves to blame for the trash buttons because you now sick when you what you did in 2012. All right, so that's the article from Coast to Coast AM. Shout out to Latina for telling me about that. That's Excalibur. A depiction of it. Excalibur is a mythical sword of King Arthur that may possess magical powers or be associated with the rightful sovereignty of Britain. I'm getting to you, Latina, right now. Alien spaceship. One of our guests on Coast said that some people believe the Sasquatch is Bigfoot or interdimensional creature beings that can disappear. Thank you, Latina, for that. Yeah, Duke, spank that monkey. Spank the monkeys. Oh, yeah. I know all about that. I know exactly what you mean. Yes, I believe they're interdimensional beings because, in my opinion, they have to do with something with the fallen realm. They. Duke. Shout out to Duke, he's hilarious. So basically, with the interdimensional creatures, they have to do with the fallen angels or something with the fallen realm, and they could go through these different dimensions between our realm and the other realms. And to some people, this may sound like science fiction. I understand, but this is the place that we talk about these hypotheticals. So they're either the fallen angels or their offspring or have something to do with them. There is something called Pan. All right, I'll show you all what that looks like. And we're going to take about a moment. All right, so here's Pan. You see this bro right here? A shout out to Duke. 3 hours from Skinwalker Ranch. I'll be heading out there soon to go alien hunting. Well, a shout out to you, Duke. You are going to do great. That sounds awesome. That sounds like a plan. I like that. This is Pan. You see, it's kind of like sound like RFK. This sounds so basically with Pan, he is it's like a creature that's kind of like a human, but it's a beast. That is something that Bigfoot is. It's something like that, and it's interdimensional. Now, these things were likely offspring of the fallen angels. A lot of them were destroyed in the flood, but some of them survived. Or it has something to do with them somehow, or it's them themselves. So, that's what it is, and that's the interdimensional beings. That's why the UFOs can, like, the orbs, they could appear and disappear. And I saw a UFO, an orb one time, a giant blue one, and it just vanished. It just rose up and it vanished. And yeah, they're spooky. And Latina says, "Alien spaceship." There's a movie called Pan. Well, that sounds like a cool movie, and I like all the pastries I'm seeing on the screen. That makes us aliens hungry. Hungry. This man, Duke, says, "I'll probably be arrested. I did in Mineral Wells, Texas, years back, alien hunting. Stupid sheriff." Yeah, the sheriff from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Let's see if I do. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that's like these hybrids between humans and fallen angels. And they have these supernatural abilities. Yeah, Pan is really freaky. He has two or three monkeys to beat. Scared. Yeah, like the goat head, and these different things are created. These hybrid creatures, and you have that. So that's what similar thing like what Bigfoot is. You know, there's Pan again, and also there's a Minotaur. I don't know if I said that right. That I said it wrong, but I said it wrong. But these things you're seeing right here are other interdimensional beings. Like, for instance, this is like the spirit of Jezebel and Karen. And for those that are what I mean by Karen is a new term that means like a woman that's bad. That's a B word. Not a Karen doing something. There's another definition for Karen that's good according to Latina. So not that definition, but the current definition of Karen that means like a woman that's like not that's not good. So yeah, that's like one of the fallen angels, so the fallen watchers appearing as this evil goddess that goes and deletes men specifically. Also, this thing right here, that's another one. You see, they're supposed to watch Earth, and they look like these freaky things, and it's like a hybrid between like a human and a boar. I didn't even put that in there on purpose. I put a centaur or something, but I put in a minotaur. So I just typed that in, and by the grace of God, we see this strangeness right here. So that's another one of they have these supernatural abilities, and it looks like Hellboy. Yeah, Stranded said Pan is a trickster. Right, absolutely. You have these beings, and they have these abilities we don't have, and they wanted the humans to worship them instead of our God. That's another one. She has the bowls, and we got some uh, air, astrology and mythological creatures. You see, Latina's talking about these a Bigfoot as an interdimensional being. This and you see, look, in astrology, mythological creatures in astrology in these different pagan pseudo spiritual beliefs, they believe in these interdimensional beings that I've been talking about, like mermaids and that thing, that wolf dude looks like Bigfoot, and these creatures, like the person with the horse body and the human torso. That is what I was trying to get up on for y'all. But that is another example of the fallen angel hybrid human beings that were created, and that these associated creatures are working with the force of darkness today. And that is what they do. They go through one dimension at the other. And you also have another way to prove this by the spiritualists agreeing with us that these things exist, but they worship them as deities. We see them, or at least from a Christian point of view, as something nefarious. And, well, of course, the Abrahamic religions, I would say, would agree on that too. Like Islam and Judaism and all of them, I would say they would agree with that too. But I don't know for certain what each group of people think for sure. But I think that all the Abrahamic religions would agree that the false gods were not right. And yeah, it's like this lady has a snake body, and she has a couple of arms and a torso. I mean, that thing's like terrifying to see something like that. All right, Curse Zero, understood. And here is where I talk about, my opinion about these things, and people could believe what they want to believe, and I'm just saying my opinion about what these interdimensional beings and stuff are. And also, yeah, Google or Bing it. And also, Latina says maybe you need to Google or Bing it. I forgot the word of it. I have to look up another way to explain it, and I'll go to y'all in chat in a moment. Okay, so it's a and I'm not here to tell people what to think or believe. People have the right to believe what they would like. As I don't believe any kind of belief should be forced on anybody. It should be, people should feel convicted to believe in a faith or not believe in it if they so choose. It's always good to have, a free will to think what you would like. And because, or else you would just have like a, 1984. Because I think it's, like in my faith, I believe that God wants people to believe in him if they would like. It's up to them. It shouldn't be forced. And basically, so what I meant to say was a centaur. What is a centaur? A centaur is a creature described in Greek mythology. The most common centaur definition is a creature with the head, arms, and torso of a human and the body of a horse. Centaurs are just one of the many kinds of monsters and creatures that populate ancient Greek mythology. So basically, my theory about this Curse Zero is that some of the alien sightings we see, maybe not all of them, that, or at least with the Greys, they originally appeared as gods, and that from my Christian point of view, and that they were the fallen watchers, which were these beings that this group of angels that were supposed to watch over the humans. But they turned, and they want to be worshipped by the humans instead, and they appeared as gods and goddesses, and now they appear as aliens in some situations. I'm not saying aliens do exist, but some of the alien sightings are a deception. And according to the Bible, they created these hybrids, the Nephilim, and other types of creatures. And what you have here, according to the mythology about this, is that these would be the fallen angel hybrids. And they could appear and disappear. like Bigfoot. So this winded explanation is that for those that believe in it, that Bigfoot is this interdimensional being that is part of this group of mythological creatures. All right. So, and that's what the centaur is, and I'll show you all a better explanations of the centaur. And I'll get to y'all in chat in a moment. All right, so this is the centaur from mythology. These things. Okay, I'm just showing you an idea of what the centaurs are like. Let's see. I'll read what you're saying, Cursero. They can disappear like they went to Epstein's Island. All right. My man Cursero says everything exists because there was enough belief in them already to exist, which is the word tulipa means. Cursero says, I'm just agreeing with you. I'm just saying to you, you do this. You do is you. That's all I'm typing. Giving information is fine. Right. I'm of the understanding that if something, this day and age, if something came from another star, we're dead, period. No arguments, no discussion. Back in the day, yes, they came. All right. Thank you, Cursero. Thank you. Thank you for your take on this. And I think that basically, yeah, if something, these things came from another star, is certainly like with the Twilight Zone and these different movies that come out. When the aliens come here, it doesn't really end well for the humans. And from my point of view, trust in the God about that situation, because it can appear that, in my opinion, something, could happen, or there could be a deception from the aliens that could try to do something, but so far, they either weren't allowed to do anything by God, in my opinion, or they are just still plotting in the background, because a lot of people that report alien sightings, they don't really end well. The people are just experimented on like cattle or a bunch of lab rats. They don't really seem to, they see us as specimens. And yeah, and if people see these other beings, it certainly is something there. And I will say, for instance, there's a time where people thought that, like Columbus thought if he went from Spain, it could, yeah. Anyway, so if he went across, what I meant to say was he went across the Atlantic and into around the world, he would go into India, but actually he landed on the islands outside of America, in the Americas. So, at some point people thought that the stars were candles, but they're kind of like fire, but it's not the same thing with a literal candle. There's instances people allegedly thought the moon was made of cheese, but it actually is not made of cheese. And so now there's a scientific explanation for those things. So although I do believe that there's a religious explanation, that there's truth in what Christianity says, and it explains things, I believe in the future the explanation about interdimensional beings and the aliens will be more concrete for future generations, because this is something that is new to us. People saying that the Earth wasn't the center of the universe, and that the sun is actually the center of the universe. They were shunned by the scientific community back then. So the science has a history of being wrong a lot. So when they always would tell you to trust the science and all, it's like they just have a record of not being right. So in the future, I believe that these things will be given more credit. And there's recorded videos of these like paranormal type sightings of aliens or ghosts and things. And there's, folklore about this stuff. And I think that people have seen some supernatural things that we can't explain at the moment, but there is an explanation for it. There's a scientific explanation, sort of like Interstellar, how they, he was able to go in these different dimensions, and all these people from these different dimensions are communicating. There's an explanation, but in our modern time, we don't maybe have the explanation. I'm getting to chat in a moment. I'm on a bit of a rant right now. So, like, basically, with Christ, all of his disciples died horrible deaths. And I don't know why they would die horrible deaths for something they made up. They at least believed it was true, which, as a Christian, I believe they really did see him resurrect and all. But for them to go die for that, it wasn't just a practical joke. It's something they really believed enough to die for. Like, if they're just making that up, they're not going to die for it. Like, so they really, I believe saw that, and at least were convinced that it's real, and that's what I believe that they saw. I'm getting to Curse Zero right now. All right. Did I tell you that I've thought since I was a kid they will rig the rapture, then I'm grow up and read things like Project Bluebeam? Yes, I've heard about that. And I'm told I'm crazy for seeing the future too early. Yeah, I know how you feel about that. But the moon is hollow. You are the center of your perceptional universe because there is no center of the universe. Right, that makes sense. I'm typing with you. Keep the rant rolling. The rant rolling. Thank you. Yeah, and I've heard about Project Bluebeam, and so basically what that is, it's been brought to my attention a couple of times. So that they're going to have these projecting machines that will fake the second coming of Jesus or these other prophets like Muhammad or the Indian ones or an alien invasion. And when this is faked, they're going to have to declare a giant national situation where there would be a very fascist situation would undertake, which eventually would bring the Antichrist into existence to bring on a one world government. And so in this situation, I do believe that, in my opinion, the fallen angels, aliens, would be in cahoots with this, and that in the Bible it says that the fallen sons of God rule the earth, and they influence the world leaders to do their bidding. So I believe that the fallen angel, the aliens, fallen angels, would be behind that, and that there could be a Project Bluebeam. I'm not saying it's not true, but also there could be an alien. The aliens themselves contribute to this to bring on that one world government. And I certainly think that they'll cause something to happen to bring that into play. And so to take everything that you see into consideration, to look at every research of things. Now, I do believe that there are UFO sightings and they are real, and there are nefarious sightings. And I don't deny that they would be in cahoots with the corrupted governments to bring on some sort of a corrupted Big Brother institution. And in aliens, I think the evil ones would be more on that side. That's what they would want. And yeah, thank you. And Revelations 10. Thank you. And also, Latina says, I heard some people from the hoods think chocolate milk comes straight from brown cow. That's a funny one. Some people from some hoods don't know how food gets to the grocery store. Yeah. Also, brown ice cream too, Latino. Government nice. Thank you. Yeah, I remember with my buddy I talked about aliens with, I was talking about last night. Yeah, he was mentored me about the code words. Because your boy Alien Spaceship right here has a problem. So used to have a problem with saying things when it's like because he would believe that you have to say code words, and sometimes I didn't always say code words, so I had to practice, but I'm here now. Yeah, Gooberman. And, or say a Big Brother. And yeah, so that is a situation that would come underway, like the all-seeing eye. So for instance, the some of the fallen Watchers were reptilian. Allegedly, they were reptilian type beings, and then they mixed with the humans, and the royal bloodlines would be connected to this. But now, at the same time, though, the current royal people would have turned to Christianity and renounced that stuff. But hey, you know what? Things could get corrupted and they could go back to square one. But it's supposed to be a Christian institution. But sometimes some of these bad habits could kind of resurface, or they could associate with these other people, like Epstein's Island. That's a classic, of a corrupted establishment, of a disgrace on humanity. I also like with Diddy. And extends my hand. Revelations 5:3 smiles. Night to meet you, sir. Latina says, that's the dire situation the U.S. is for the people to be extremely ignorant. Okay, let's go to Revelation. Rev 10. We're going to read Revelations 10. I'm pulling it out. We're doing this. All right. I know there's a lot that don't. They're chemically docile. Hilarious. Sarah and her and I would talk about this stuff on the stream when she used to be here. We would read right from, I'd read right from this website about the different scriptures. And yeah, her and I were talking about this exact thing, about what these interdimensional beings in the corrupted government would do. Absolutely. And also, like, she in Japan, she saw some of these creatures too. Like, she saw some of the paranormal sightings as well. And she did a call on the show and she talked about it. It went very well. And yeah, shout out to her. So now I'll be reading. The angel and the little scroll. Then I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven. He was robed in a cloud with a rainbow above his head. His face was like the sun, and his legs were like fiery pillars. He was holding a little scroll, which lay open in his hand. He planted his right foot on the sea, and his left foot on the land. And he gave a loud shout like a roar of a lion. When he shouted, the voices of 7 thunders spoke. And when the 7 thunders spoke, I was about to write, but I heard a voice from heaven say, seal up what the 7 thunders have said. Not write it down. Then the angel had seen standing on the sea and on the land, raised his right hand to heaven, and he swore by him who lives for ever and ever, who created the heavens and all of that and them on the earth, and all that is in it, and the sea and all that is in it, and said, there will be no more delay, but in the days when the seventh angel is about to sound his trumpet, the mystery of God will be accomplished, just as he announced to his servants of the prophets. Then the voice that I heard from heaven spoke to me once more. Go, take the scroll that lies open in the hand of the angel who is standing on the sea and on the land. So I went to the angel and asked him to give me a little scroll. He said to me, take it and eat it. It will turn your stomach sour, but in your mouth it will be sweet as honey. I took the little scroll from the angel's hand and ate it. It tasted sweet as honey in the mouth, but when I had eaten it, my stomach turned sour. Then I was told, you must prophesy again about many people, nations, languages, and kings. Amen. And Rev 10 is what is coming in Project Bluebeam. Thank you. And Rev 5.3. Okay. Go to 5.3. And Goofy Alien, come on. Come on. Alright, here we go. And no man in heaven nor on earth, neither under earth, was able to open the book, neither look therein. I've been watching this a long time. They found the two witnesses when those rivers dried up. All the yes, I remember when those two rivers dried up. Yes, all the pieces are in place, and this is next. Yes, I am that being that you've been warned about, yet comprehension will require a bit of understanding that no one was a being all along, formerly known as no man, nods firmly as I vanish briefly. All right. Latina, adios. Good night to you. All right. Yeah, it's a centaur. Anybody can go that wants to get sleep. It's okay. These, this is the crazy late night stream, where it's these crazy hours. But shout out to all of you. I appreciate all of you that come here and watch these. I really appreciate it. And all right, and now I'm gonna briefly talk about, which we'll talk about this again for those that are not here right now. But and we'll just have this little bit I'm gonna read, and I'll mention something about the garden, and then we'll end it. It'll be just one, two more things, and we'll be done for the night. All right. Excalibur is a mythological sword of King Arthur that may possess magical powers or be associated with rightful sovereignty. Of Britain, traditionally the sword and the stone is proof that Arthur's lineage. The sword given to him by the Lady of the Lake is not the same weapon, even though in some versions the legend both of them share the name Excalibur. Several similar swords and other weapons also appear within Arthurian text as well as in other legends. The sword and the stone and the sword and the lake. Romance tradition elaborates on how Arthur came into possession of Excalibur, and Robert de Baron's 1200 French poem, Merlin, first known as a tale of mention of the sword of the stone motif. Arthur obtained in the British throne by pulling a sword from an anvil sitting atop a stone, appeared in the churchyard on Christmas Eve. In this account, as foretold by Merlin, the act could not be performed except by the true king, meaning divinely appointed or true heir of North Pendragon, Uther Pendragon. Thomas Mallory related to the English language Arthurian compilation of 15th century Le Morte d'Arthur, whose pulleth of the sword is of the stone, the anvil is a right wise king born of all England. The scene is set by different Arthurs, not Arthurs, but authors of each explicitly London. Historical Londinium, or legendary the land of loggers, which can be a city and also associated with London, and might have been inspired by a miracle attributed to the 11th century bishop Wulfstan of Worcester. After Many of the gathered nobles try and fail complete. Merlin's challenge the teenage Arthur, who up to this point had believed himself to be biological son of Ector and went there as a squire, and his foster brother Kay succeeds effortlessly. Arthur first achieves this feat by accident while unaware of the contest of the unseen. He then returns the sword to its place, the anvil and the stone, and later repeats the act publicly as Merlin comes to announce its true parentage. Alright, and this is King Arthur and his sword in the stone. And that's the Lady of the Lake. Alright. Okay. And we'll go into the rest of this on the next one. I just want to read that little part about Excalibur. Alright, we'll be switching over to the other screen. And the next Friday, I will stay up a little bit later for the people overseas. This time, the topics have finished and it'll be ending early. He's here again, but heard you talking. Alright, facts. Alright. Yeah, so basically with my garden, I'll be growing some, like, flowers that are, like, kind of cold hardy flowers that grow up north. And so basically what happened was, while I was studying about these different massacres and cases that happened, I remember I was studying about the Columbine massacre, the shooting, the school shooting that happened, and I didn't realize that Columbine was a flower. And it's like a spring flower that's like kind of does well in cool weather. So that's one of the ones that I'll be growing because it's a very pretty flower. And also probably some of the other winter plants. So like I'm gonna grow some winter spinach and some, the turnips. And that's what I have for now, and I'll be growing some of the other ones. Some other winter plants are pretty cool that they do well in the cool weather. And Latina said something. Latina says, alien spaceship. I forgot to mention that I highly recommend the fruit tree for every garden called quince. That is an abundant fruit giver. I don't know what the zone is well. Oh, I forgot to mention the avocado tree that I planted in the water at the toothpicks. It's growing. It's growing very well, and I'm going to have to always bring it inside at winter. Its entire life. It's going to have to live in a pot its entire life. The other one I had died, so it's good to start again. Is the tree the tis of all colors? Of colors, amen. Quince trees are hardy in the USD 5 and 6, 5-9 zones through the gardens. And 4 may be able to grow them. They choose to cultivate bread for their climates. Alright, we're going to go and... That looks like a cool tree. That's a good tree. Wow. One tree that grows 40 different types of fruit. Yeah, that looks very good. I'll certainly grow that. Okay. The tree of 40 fruits was originally conceived by our project. People would notice that the tree has different kinds of flowers in spring. It has different types of fruit in summer. That's very cool. That's very cool. The fruit salad tree. My zone. I am in 8 and 9. And my specific location is 8. I'm in 9. They are fragrant and delicious, peeled, cored, and cooked in water with a stick of cinnamon and then sweeter. All right, let's see. All right, all right. Maybe another time we could go into a lot of into can go into a lot of depths of things most people don't want to talk about. You seem like a cool enough guy that will be more logical than emotional. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, absolutely, Curse Zero. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah. All right. Hello, see Remy. Hello, Remy. Good to see you. So this is my friend Remy. She's from the trial chat group. Oh, Curse Zero. I talk about that all the time here, and I certainly would like to do the Mandela effect again, as I talked about it in my earlier streams going back a long time ago, and I'm going to do that again. Let's say next week. I think will be good. We'll talk about it. I love talking about this kind of stuff. You're in the right place. Yeah, I appreciate your kind words, Curse Zero, and I'm glad I'm open to that. Okay, Remy, I want to explain something. So, basically, since I started, I'm going to go through the whole story. Okay, everybody, those that want to get some sleep, y'all can get some sleep. And those that want to Stina Gate. Steins Gate. I'm not Curse Zero. It's just that. So I'm gonna go through the whole story about the streams, and yeah, if anybody that wants to get some sleep, Remy is here to mod the chat. Anybody else could go to bed if they want. So we're going on a night rant. Okay, so a conduit to, yes. So nice. Okay, so basically, in this explanation, and shout out to Remy. All right, pin that. Okay, so basically, I started my streams late night. Going back like a year ago, it was like 2023. And Latina and SC were one of my first viewers, and Latina always great at bringing really cool people to the stream. She's very good at bringing people here. Shout out to her. She does a lot of work. Yes, we are Curse Zero. Absolutely, it's nice to see like-minded people. Absolutely, because I'm definitely into that stuff. So originally it was Friday. I was always around streamers since 2022. That's when I've been on YouTube since 2010, and the content is from 2012 and 2017, where I was doing alien sound effects from the computer. And then I was learning all over YouTube on tutorials about how to do YouTube correctly. She pointed you here. Well, that's great. She's brought many great people here, like you and DJ and Super D. She has done an amazing job, and I'd like her to continue to do that. And also, so basically, what we do is we go and talk. I would do the late streams, and she brought Alice here one time, and we were on the show when we talked, because there's like a call-in feature I do sometimes. And so we did the late night streams because I was around streamers in 2020. A lot of them would go late into the night, and I like staying up late. And there were certain things of schedule, because I help take care of my family and stuff. There are certain things of the schedule I couldn't exactly get the evening earlier stream that would have been around 7 o'clock, or around, well, you all see me around sometimes on Saturdays around 5, 6 o'clock. I couldn't do that like last year, so I did something, and there would be a late night audience. And I also like doing streams just by myself. It was okay if no one came. I know, what is sleep? I don't know either, right? I know, right? And so basically what happened was I continued to do it, and I have some friends on YouTube, obviously, and there was, her screen name's Peach. She was one of the people that liked to watch it, whatever I go on. And she's not been around in the chat, but she lurks sometimes. And yeah, she like watching it. And Amanda Thomas, who sometimes comes in here, she's been doing some other stuff. She's been kind of going to bed early, and she's been, other things been going on, so she hasn't been here as frequently. But, she likes watching it, and those two ladies are very important to how this streaming schedule was started in this manner. So originally it was Monday and Friday at night. And then I was going to have some other day I would go earlier. And then, Peach, she had to have some stuff done, some personal things done. And she wasn't able to go to the Friday stream, so she wanted me to go live on the Thursday. So I was going to do the Thursday and Friday night lives. This was like last year. You were a lurker for years. Well, yeah, shout out to you. Shout out to the lurkers. And so basically what happened was I changed the schedule. There was Monday and Friday. Then I changed it for Thursday to Friday, because for Peach, because she could see the 2 days, because she might miss the Thursday stream. And then when Amanda was coming, she came to the first stream I did that was around like lunchtime, and it was much earlier. And we made some people mods and stuff. It was pretty cool. And then Amanda, really liked seeing the streams, and she was staying up really late to see them. And she also thought it was pretty cool with these streams where it's not as many people, because the chat's not going very fast. Now, when I go live earlier, sometimes the chat will go faster. But with these people, the smaller group and all, she really liked it. So for Amanda, she reinforced the Thursday and Friday stream, because I was originally going to go back to Monday and Friday, but she reinstated the Thursday and Friday stream. So because of Peach and Amanda, there's a Thursday and Friday stream late at night. It was for those two people. And the other people that came. And there's an audience of people, obviously, that watch these streams, so I kept it that way all this time later. And I like streaming at night, and I have an audience. There's a lot of lurkers that watch this. And there's people that sometimes they'll come in the chat and talk to us. So, but I do early streams, but it's something I've consistently done for years, Remy, before I even knew you. And I remember, Remy, I found Law and Crime in 2022 during the Johnny Depp trial. The incident that happened was the Independent stream went out, And they were telling us all that over at Law and Crime, they're live. So we went over there, and that's how I subscribed to the channel and found y'all over there. And another thing that happened was there's this horrible storm, and it was reaching from down south to up north in West Virginia. And they're asking me what an Amber Alert is. Madonna, some lady from England, was asking me in the independent chat. And I said, Amber Alert, Google says, is when a child goes missing. But my friend Ladybug, she subscribes to the channel. She's still here. And she was telling me it's an Amber Alert because of a tornado warning and nothing else. And we all have to write in all caps because it's hard to see with the 100,000 people in chat. So then we go over to Law and Crime, and that's how I found eventually bringing Remy and many people here. And on this channel, interestingly, there are people of a eclectic political views. So interestingly, with this channel, there's people with political views on polar opposite spectrums, but we all are united because of me as Alien Spaceship. So I was able to get people of different political views and all kinds of different opinions from all kinds of different content together into one channel. And something else I want to add here is that basically my channel is eclectic. I remember when I was learning the course, the class basically, there were just a series of YouTube tutorials, but that you're not supposed to do multiple topics. And basically, and Remy, I'm going to talk about the banana story. Okay? I'll talk about it. So basically what happened was all this different content that I do, they said to stick to one topic. So I made my channel name long because people could know it's about many different things. Another reason for Alien Spaceship Sound Effects. That was the name of a sound effect that I did, a soundtrack, an instrumental soundtrack. It's still on my channel, but it's renamed Sound Effects of the Grey's Most Fascinating Aliens. So when we have that situation, that video to this day is going viral since 2017 and has thousands and thousands of views, and I named my channel after it. And I wanted to continue the work of my friend and I that used to be very... I'm still friends with him. I just haven't talked to him in many years. Just we're very interested in aliens, and he mentored me about the different theories about them. And I also have my own theories about them and did my own school of thought about them as well. And yeah, so all of that came together, and also with Steve Jobs put a lot of alien, like sci-fi sound effects into the Mac, and he even called them in iMovie sound effects or alien sound effects. So all these different people and all these different circumstances led to this channel being the way it is. But I did against the status quo of what you're supposed to do. I put different topics, and I got to work. I got different people of different opinions and all these different people unite together. And it took a lot of work. It took years of studying and practice, but all this came together to work. And yes, Remy, these late night streams are done weekly, usually, unless there's some sort of a problem. But yeah, so as I said, I also have done call-ins as well, where there's like callers or people go through StreamYard and talk to me. Sometimes I'll do that. So yeah, so that is basically how it works. Now I'm going to go and read your chats because y'all have been very participant in this channel. Okay. Curse0 says, it's often I get called out as a conduit. I usually just call myself an eclectic mage as a chronomancer. Yeah. Or just simply psionic. Or use human language. I'm really at behavior analyst science. Remy says, but I believe it through God. I know that's not a popular thing, but yeah, I think I'm magic. God's child. Don't hate me. And I believe in God strongly, and people could have their beliefs if they want, but I believe in God. There's nothing wrong with that. And I like science too. Because it's good that we have technology these days. God blessed us with the technology we have now for medical advancements to help people that are allergic to bananas, you know, and other things we have, or surgeries. Or say if a caterpillar stings my hand and it feels like somebody put a hot metal into my finger, but it helps me feel better because it's a technology. So, and look at us all talking all around the different parts of the world, communicating. So, yes, thank the Lord for the internet and the technology we have. So, what happened with Remy was she nearly was deleted because she had an allergic reaction to a banana. And she had to go to the hospital, but was discharged and is safe and with us now. And she said, thank God for science, and I agree with her. Because, she wouldn't be talking to us if it, wasn't for the technical advancements that we have. I do believe in miracles, of course, but God also helped humans advance so we could have our own technology to help each other out with the science. I totally agree with that. And yeah, and she said this on the other stream. She left me a message and let me know what happened. So that's the story. And I had a dream last night of these nice green bananas, because green bananas, from what I I was doing some research, and they said with the green bananas, it's the most healthiest way to eat the banana rather than it getting yellow. They were saying. So I had a dream that I was eating all these green bananas, and they're very good. I said, it's been a while since I've eaten some bananas. And then she says that it was the banana that caused the problem. And also, Remy says, I don't manipulate anything. I let things flow. And Curse Zero says, I'm not the enemy here. Christian, but I'm not a good guy either. Yes, and I'm a Christian, and I believe that I believe in Christianity as well. I believe that is the way to go as well. And I'm not perfect myself, but that is how it is. And she said she's Muslim, zero, dun dun dun. All right, it's understood. And Curse Zero says, once you comprehend the Chinese finger trap of reality, you can figure out how to use it against itself instead of just being swept away from the current. That's a good analogy you had, Curse Zero. And also, basically, in this situation, you have a lot of psychological stuff going on, and it's good that you have that way of figuring out and thinking of things. It's good to talk in parables and to find ways of figuring out different stuff. I think it's very important. And it's good to use powers for good and to have, and we all are not perfect and we all could fall, but even if you have a failure, it's good to come and get back up. Curse Zero says, I'm here for the betterment of all, not the greater good. I do not apologize. Well, I agree. And, like with Jesus and what he did, he was not going and he was not a people pleaser. He went and said what had to be said, even if it offended some people. And none of us are perfect, and it's all a spiritual process with God. And because you have people these days with the different political correctness and stuff like that, but sometimes things must be said that people may not feel comfortable with. But of course, it's good to find common ground and reach across the aisle. But of course, at the same time, staying for your beliefs. trees growing, different fruits. All right. Yeah, and I think it's good to continue to have peaceful talks, and but of course, to be what I mean by peaceful talks, it's good to see what the other side is saying and to find common ground, but not to be peaceful in the sense to not cause offense. Sometimes offense needs to be caused. And also, I think that it's absolutely essential that unity is strength, because a lot of times I think a division is caused, and it's good to have unity. That's why with the channel, I'm glad that there is unity with the situation. Now, I certainly, as I said before I came in here, I saw the stars and stuff, and they look really cool. And I really like looking at them in the sky. And I saw Sirius and the different constellations I like looking at. And I've even made little landmarkers to find, like a compass to map different stars and stuff. I like that. Brother Darkness does care, as it will cradle light until its final spark nods firmly. Facts, absolutely. Right. And also, Remy, I was saying earlier that I'm going to grow some winter plants for the fall season and for the winter that's coming up. I'm going to grow some more cold hardy plants. Some flowers and different stuff like the spinach. Also, some winter spinach as well. And I'm going to be looking forward to doing that. And in Remy, we do a lot of trial research, from the trial chat. And I saw a lot of these shootings and stuff, and I've looked into different cases and things. And like I was telling them, like a moment before you got here, that which I'll probably be mentioning this. You'll probably in the chat, you'll see me mentioning this quite often, the same thing over and over again, and basically, I saw about the Columbine massacre that happened in '99, and I didn't know the Columbine was a flower, and that's gonna be one of the flowers I grow, and it does well in this type of winter season. And I really got to know about these things because of being at the trial chat. Now, in Remy, there's some certain situations where some Mandela effect things may have been disproven, but I do believe that there could be some truth to it. And I would like to see, like a refutation about it. That would be interesting. But I do think it's possible that some of the events may be true. Some of them, I think, were debunked. But I don't know if all of them were debunked. Pause for a moment. Did you just attempt to trigger the person that lost their body because of the Mandela effect? Excuse me, but I think you need to rethink the fact that I somehow wound up in a different body between the dates of 3/18/08 and 8/20/08. Absolutely true. So I went into anaphylaxis. An alien dreamed about the evil banana culprit on the same night. Absolutely. That's true. Yes, I believe, that's a sign, and that was, a that's a supernatural intuition. Yes. And thank God that you are back with us and that you're safe. And I think that's really wild to see, my dream and what happened to her. That is deep connections. Right, that's a banana story. Right, exactly. Right. Not trigger, I'm just sharing info. The two ladies who came up with the theory said it. Okay, Remy, thank you. And Remy, we will look into that. The next stream I'll talk about the Mandela effect and I'll look into it. What you're saying. The thing that got me was about the company with the fruits and the cornucopia, and it's actually not really the cornucopia. And I thought that was really cringe because I saw the cornucopia. Nobody's going to tell me what I know. I apologize if you feel I was about to actually attack you. I just was making a clear point. Something fucking happened. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, because basically, we understand. I think she understands. There's no attacks here. He feels very strongly about what happened. And Remy says, "Yeah, I honestly think the missed things are social and psychological mass experiments." Right, right. We had a theory. Yeah, we had a theory on here that basically the Mandela effect could be brainwashing or something like that could happen, could be a form of brainwashing. And Remy says, chill, chill. Curse says, I even thought it was a psyop from the Gooberment. But then again, where my damn body? Okay, Remy. Okay, Remy. So I came up with, yeah, it's a word that I came up with when I remember I was telling you my buddy I talked about aliens with. Yeah, he would say when we were on the phone discussing code words, he would tell me the Gooberment. And so I taught you all on the stream about the word Gooberment to refer to Big Brother. Because he didn't want to say the words on the phone. He would say the Gooberment. So yeah, that originates from Alien Spaceship. Yep. Thanks for the credit, chat. Yeah, and also because felt like on the phone we had to speak in code words because they might be listening. Well, he was quite certain they were listening. Uncle Sam and Big Brother, I can deal with Uncle Sam. He knows me personally. Big Brother, he's asked me to do things I'd not discuss. Facts, Remy. Use Gooberman. Right, and also, yeah, shout out to you, Remy, for using the Gooberman. Yes. Yeah, so basically, this great deception that's going on by them, because the fallen sons of God would influence the Gooberments of the world to be fallen because that's what they're influenced by the fallen sons of God, and the fallen ones, the Watchers, and it's absolutely important and essential to trust in God in these fights against them. And basically, right, yeah. So basically, yeah. So I mentioned about my garden and I'm growing some fall crops and the different things like that, and it'll be very interesting to review on the show. And we talked about the other stuff earlier, like the Congress was talking about aliens and different things like that. Let's see. Talk about Brian Stelter cringe. All right. Okay. The shadow gooberment. Yes. The sussy gooberment. The edgy gooberment. Curse Zero says, I can agree that there may not be a group of people controlling the planet, but you must agree that these leaders of these nations are ensuring we all stay divided. Exactly. Divide and conquer. Exactly. Amen, bro. Yeah, because it's like people can't deny the basic facts of what is going on. It's absolutely essential for people to see that. All right, and what is going on now is that I hope that all of you have a great weekend, and I'm excited about the holidays that are coming up in America. In our culture, we like to celebrate these holiday seasons that are coming up, and right now Thanksgiving's coming up for right now, and that the trial chats. Yes, I want to say that Remy, we were at the Diddy. I was talking about Diddy, and they're trying to give him bail. So that was pretty cool to see. That not cool to see, but I want to rephrase that. It was cool to see my friends in chat, but it was kind of strange to see that these people supporting Diddy and the judge might be corrupted. People think because she might give him bail, and he has a lot of money and stuff. So it was pretty wild. But a lot of the chats and the trial stuff has not really been as going on as frequent. A little bit like today and the other days, maybe I think because of the holidays and the Thanksgiving holiday, Americans celebrate when the indigenous people and the Americans were the American settlers were helped by the indigenous people, and they had a peaceful feast with each other. And we have that. So we have some interesting holiday season coming up, and families get together and they have like turkey and like English type food. So that is pretty cool. That we will, that's coming up. That's something I'm excited about. And on Thanksgiving, I ate gumbo down the street at my friend's house. So Remy, gumbo, if you don't know, is this dish down here where they'll have like rice and crabs and seafood and stuff that are. I understand some people don't eat that stuff, but down here it's what they eat, especially back before, back the people are settling in this region. So there's like some shellfish and there's like some other types of meats in it, and it's actually very very good. And I ate that down the street at my friend's house because that's what they did culturally for many many generations, and there will be like crabs and stuff in it. It's very nice. So that is so it's an interesting season. I enjoy it. Interesting season for me. Good memories, and I also getting family get-togethers and stuff is very cool. So yeah, that is the holidays is something I'm excited about, and Diddy is just he has ran out of baby oil. His baby oil luck has dried out. Honestly, I just want the old rotting war to end. I agree. The other war, yeah, the God war, man. The path to paradise is narrow. Why not just keep your immortality? But hey, it's yours. Do as you wield. Wait a tick. How I was born in the ark of the foot of the boat of the boot. If you know, tell me where you're at. Right on, right on. The foot of the boot. Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. They would talk about the chef. This is something I remember. The chef and the boot. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Shout out to the Fleur de Lis. Mm-hmm. And I remember before we were talking about the fallen Six Flags that happened. It was all flooded, and the city still cringe. Yeah. Okay. So I went through the different topics to talk about tonight. And Remy, I'm glad you're able to catch this stream. I'm glad you're able to come. Oh, you're the flip flop that fell off the breasts into laughter. And I'm glad you're able to come here. And I'll be ending it now. And I appreciate all of you for coming and participating in this stream. And also, I covered the topics I needed to cover, and we had a little bit of a bonus round right here. And Remy, I am glad that the Lord has blessed you with miraculous recovery after your nearly deletion situation with the deadly banana. And also, I'm glad, Curse Zero, that Latina brought you here, and I'm glad that you're here with us. And I really appreciate chatting with you tonight. And all those watching this as a replay, watching it currently live, I appreciate all of you for viewing it. Those, and interacting with the channel and liking the video, the videos and streams, I appreciate it. Thank you for all of you being here. Epic drip trips, dude. Yep. A shout out to all of you. Have a great, blessed weekend, and see you all on the next one. All right. I'll be switching over now. All right. And peace.